Okay, so I'm carrying on with this Seven Fires Prophecy, the fourth fire. Now, um, I'm using a lot of music and movie trailers in this fourth fire. So there's a lot of work that you're gonna have to do to increase your knowledge because you won't really understand what's being conveyed in this prophecy here until you review the music plus the videos I've selected, like the trailers. So there's a couple of trailers that I think I want you to watch. Because once you have all that information digested inside of you, and then you hear the prophecy, you'll understand what's actually being conveyed in the prophecy. So basically, what it's about is for our people, when this prophecy first happened, it was about the Caucasian race coming here to the East Coast and us having to move inland because they were planning like to wage war against us, or if they come wearing the face of brotherhood, there'll be a time of great wonderful change. But if they come wearing the face of death, then we should be weary of them. So that's why we moved inland to just get away from that that potential to meet the face of death instead of face of brotherhood. So typically when I do these videos, I do use other teaching methods. Like I'll play music because music is a great way to learn, or I'll ask you to watch YouTube videos because that increases your knowledge. So um, this is a long one. I think there's about 20 pages in it, so probably going to take about an hour. So what we'll have to basically do is when I'm done watching or done deciphering the video, if it's a music video, or if it's a trailer, after I'm done deciphering it, just pause the video, pause my video, and then go watch the trailer. That way you'll it'll be fresh in your mind or listen to the music. It'll be fresh in your mind how it relates to the story. So the fourth fire was given to the people by two prophets. They come as one. They told of the coming of the light-skinned race. One of the prophets said, "You will know the future of our people by the face of the light-skinned race. If they come wearing the face of brotherhood, then there will come a time of wonderful change for generations to come. They will bring new knowledge and articles that can be joined with the knowledge of this country. In this way, two nations will join and make one mighty nation. The new nation will be joined by two or more, so that four will form by the mightiest nation of all. You will know the face of brotherhood if the light-skinned race comes carrying no weapons. If they come bearing only their knowledge and a handshake, a shake of hand." The other prophet said, "Beware of the light-skinned race comes wearing the face of death. You must be careful because the face of brotherhood and the face of death look very much alike. If they come carrying a weapon, beware. If they come in suffering, they could fool you. Their hearts can be filled with the greed for the riches of this land. If they are indeed your brothers, let them prove it. Do not accept them in total trust. You shall know the face they wear. If one of death, if the rivers run with poison, the fish become unfit to eat. You shall know them by these many things." So now, this is a very delicate subject matter because it deals with World War III or Armageddon, a war between good and evil. It is prophesied in Revelations. So what I'm about to explain here, it deals with religious factions starting a war with me because they believe I'm Satan, because of the books that they've read. So I implore you, YouTube, and anybody else out there listening to me, to not mess this up for us, because this video is designed to stop Armageddon. I understand that people could say, "He's talking about my belief system. I don't like what he's talking, the way he's talking." Because it paints us out to be the bad people. And if you go and say that, you're going to get this video taken down, which is designed to prevent Armageddon from happening. So I ask that you please not say anything to jeopardize me preventing World War III from happening. Because that's what this prophecy is about. That's what you're about to learn. A war between Native American spirituality and religion, because they believe I'm Satan. There's a nuclear war coming. Or I could be blown up, or I could be shot with a bullet. And if that happens, you need to know that I'll rewind time here. People, everybody on planet Earth who's a sinner will drop dead if I die. I can't die because I'm the Alpha and Omega. I have the ability to rewind time. I have the ability to bring a parallel universe here and shock this universe and kill everybody who's evil in it. That means I'd be, if I was to die, I'd be resurrected by advanced technology from a universe, from a galaxy and a far-side universe, or from a parallel universe coming in here to resurrect me. So it's imperative that this video stay up so that doesn't happen. You guys don't want to be, shooting first and asking questions later, because you'll die. And when I get resurrected, I'm only going to take people that care about me to paradise. So please don't get itchy trigger fingers, and don't ask to get this video taken down because you're offended by its content, because it has to do with religion and spirituality and the prophecy in the Bible. So I'm teaching about the prophecies in the Bible and the prophecies of our Native American spirituality. If I'm teaching about that, YouTube, you can't take my video down. So please leave it alone. Anyhow, we're looking at. I've derived a specific portion from Basil Johnson. He's a author from our sister community, Nawash. So I use this book here, Ojibwe Ceremonies. I use it quite often in my teachings. This is the book that first pulled me away from the Bible, because when I first woke up, I didn't know what to cling to. The only thing I could believe in was God and Satan, because that's what I was raised as a Christian, in a Christian home, as my mother was Christian. My dad didn't have a faith, so I had to follow my mom. So for like 90 days, I believed I was fighting Satan, and Satan was trying to trick me, and then all of a sudden I understood that there's a female person communicating with me. I didn't know who that female was, and so I looked around and I found this book. I learned about our teachings, and that there's a sky woman. So I thought, oh, that's who must be talking to me. So I learned more and more until I let go of religion and embraced Native American spirituality. But there was still a great deal of fear there of whether or not I was doing the right thing. But after a couple of weeks, it was fine. I was fine. So I understand how it is for you guys. I've been down that road already. I know what it feels like. You're scared. You're going to be scared that I'm Satan, because that's what I felt at the beginning. We're 90 days. So, but I'm telling you, I'm not Satan. That guy's not real. So I'm going to quote from this book here, because there's another prophecy in it. That's my book. I haven't found a publisher for it yet. Plus, there's more. I got more information I got to write in it. I actually uploaded it to my Google Books, but I can't sell it or anything. So this is from Basil Johnson's book, Ojibwe Ceremonies, Basil Johnson, page 128, 129. So each person has a path to follow that are. Let me pull it back a bit right there. Each person has a path to follow that our elders call the path of life. It winds and twists, ascends and descends, traveling over 4 steep hills. Along the course are traps, wendigos, great serpents, walls of fire, sweet-voiced mermaids, taunting warriors, crimson swans, and good lodges, and rich hunting grounds. The stories we will hear tonight are about men and women who resisted these traps and who kept to their path as revealed in vision. Okay, so that's about me, because I've been on a vision quest for 10 years, gathering all this information that you're about to learn. So, they trembled in the presence of wendigos. Wendigos is basically like a shapeshifter. Think about it as a spirit, an evil spirit. But we're not overcome. They dreaded the great serpents, but slew them. They faltered before the fire, but passed through it. They were enticed by mermaids, but did not turn aside. They withstood ridicule without taking revenge. They saw marvels without flinching. And although they were tempted by comfort and by plenty, they persevered in their journey. Such men and women have been granted long life. Now let's listen to our elders. One after another, the 8 advisors told stories illustrating all that was worthy of praise in human conduct. And by the time they had finished their tales, dawn was beginning to lighten the sky. Tikamwe Widigan, I think his name is, who had connected the elders' accounts with his own remarks as befitted the principal celebrant, now spoke to bring the ceremony to an end. Life began with vision. Tikamwe Widigan said, "The great mystery, that's who I am. I'm the great mystery. I'm the Alpha and Omega because I have grandmother, great grandmother, great grandfather inside of me. I have the spirits of all creation inside of me who made everything. That's the great mystery. The Native Americans, they can't explain what made everything, so they call that person the great mystery. In their mythology, it's basically a male spirit and a female spirit, or a male spirit who asks for a female companion. So the great mystery saw, the great mystery created, and what the great mystery created, he will one day end. Our elders say that once again, in the days before the Anishinaabe came to be, waters will cover the earth. On that day, all things will come to an end. Great mystery, show us the way, tell us the way. Although we may stumble, we will regain our balance, and if we do finally all that is right, grant us long life and peace of heart." So I could probably spend an hour just talking about this little prophecy here. But in short, the part I want you to pay attention to is this right here. Our elders say that once again, as in the days before the Anishinaabe came to be, waters will cover the earth. That's the part I'm going to focus on because that's these 3 here, okay? So it doesn't mean a flood. It's metaphorical. So this here is you want to watch this here. So when I'm done, because I know there's people out there like I don't know if you're a Buddhist or if you're from Hinduism, you wouldn't know any of this information because you come from a different society. So these videos are designed to help you understand that other half of society that you don't associate with or you don't understand. So Moses here, Moses was the leader of the Israelites. And he parted the Red Sea. So when you watch this, it's a representation of Judaism. Judaism covers the earth with water, with Moses parting the Red Sea. Okay, this one here is this is Christianity. Jesus walks on water. So in Christianity, Jesus he walked on water. And this one here is Islam. So they talk about the rivers and springs of Jannah. So when you watch all 3 of these, this is Islam, this is Christianity, and this is Judaism. So because they all surround water, rivers, springs, walking on water, and parting the Red Sea. Our elders say that once again, as in the days before the Anishinaabe came to be, waters will cover the earth. It means religion will cover the earth because all 3 of these religions, they basically have about 50. I think it's 55% of the world's population believe in these 3 beliefs here. So 55% believe in that. Okay, so that's what waters will cover the earth means. So it just means Christianity covers the earth with water, with Jesus walking on water. Islam covers the earth with water, and the rivers and springs of Jannah. So. The great mystery saw, or Anthony saw, Anthony created, and what Anthony created, he will one day end. Our elders, Anthony, say that once again, as the days before the Anishinaabe came to be, religion will cover the earth. That's what that prophecy means. It's a prophecy. So we're in the end of days of this prophecy in Basil Johnson's book. So. I'll explain this on another video at one time because there's a lot of information here. This is basically about my vision quest. There's a lot going on here, but the Great Serpent. You want to think of the Great Serpent because in I think it's all three of them. They believe in the Garden of Eden, and in the Garden of Eden there was a great serpent or um snake, a serpent, I guess, that fooled Eve and tempted her to eating the forbidden fruit. So this is a representation of religion, but slew them. So it basically means there's something going on here where I'm potentially going to convert hopefully all of these religions. I'm expecting 100% participation from everybody from what you're about to learn and what I'm about to teach you. So that's me slewing them, but you wouldn't know that, right? Unless I told you. And this here, what's this other one? Taunting warriors. Taunting warriors is as these guys taunting me, like saying that I'm Satan when I'm not Satan. Okay. The traps. Okay. The traps is like this is a trap that we live in. This is our 10th life. You don't know that. This evil has been in control for 200,000 years, and each life that we live for 20,000 years. So we've all lived 10 lives. So that's a trap. They built this planet as a trap to lock me away forever, hoping that I would just continue to live, die, repeat, live, die, repeat, live, die, repeat. So that's the trap. And the Wendigo is the Wendigo goes against the shapeshifter or an evil spirit. The great serpents. Well, that's religion through the association of the snake in the garden. You guys assume that I'm Satan, but this here is indicating that I'm not Satan because I slew the great serpent. It's a representation of me slaying my evil primordial son, who's responsible for my demise and my significant other's demise, plus the creation of this planet. So he's the great serpent. The walls of fire, well, that's a representation of the Western Wall in Israel and fire, which you'll learn about here later. It's about a war with fire, because fire, fire is used to propel projectiles like bullets. Fire is used for mortar shells. So it's a representation of war. The sweet voiced mermaids, well, that's in my previous videos that you see on my YouTube, I talk about Olivia Rodrigo being the creator, and she has lots of evidence indicating that she could have been that role, but Ster is a better fit, I believe, because she doesn't have as much on her plate. She's not as famous as Olivia. Like Olivia is this big famous star, So she has a lot on her plate. I don't know if she'd wanna. She'd have to balance like two careers forever. In her mind, she's like, that's a lot to do. I have to be the mother, plus I have to sing. I don't know what I want to do. So there's a lot on her plate. So it was very easy for me to change up to Ster because of seeing Ster as she's trying to become a star, and make her way in the world. So she doesn't have as much on her plate. So and she's not famous. So therefore, being offered the position of mother means that she's more than likely going to gravitate towards it because it's like, well, Mom, I'm trying to be famous by doing my skate thing. I got 3 million followers, but if I embrace Anthony's vision, I'll have the entire planet as my followers. So it's very easy to see why she makes a better fit. So Sweet Voiced Mermaids is a representation of Tate McRae, Princess Charlotte, or Olivia Rodrigo. Those are my other people in the stories that I talk about who could have been selected for the role of mother. And, who they're still, you're not out of the race, ladies. This is because I don't know how Ster is going to present herself with this information. She may not want that role. What happens if she doesn't want that role, With them, what, right? So there's a lot of, this is called the 4 Steep Hills. So these 4 steep hills here, I've selected, my first choice was Olivia Rodrigo. That's grandmother's choice. My personal choice, because of her body, is Tate McRae. And then grandfather likes Princess Charlotte. But great grandfather and great grandmother and me, we can all agree on Ster. All 3 of us we enjoy Stair. So those four ladies are the four steep hills. Why are they steep? Well, they all believe in, I believe they're all Christians. So when it comes time for me to say, hey, you ladies, you want to be the mother? They're going to look at me as being Satan. Okay? So I have to go up those four steep hills. Which one of these hills is going to accept the role of mother? It's still up for debate. But I'm leaning towards Stair. That's why I'm positioning the story Stair for you, because I believe you're the best fit, because you're not as famous as the other ladies and are more likely to embrace that fame and let go of your belief systems and not see me as, Satan. So that's the four steep hills. Olivia Rodrigo, Tate McRae, Princess Charlotte, and Stair. So the Crimson Swans. So those are my exes, like Jaden, okay? So Crimson is like red, swan. And swans, they tend to mate. You have a image in your mind of two swans floating around in a pond together, side by side all the time, And Crimson is like a red color. Red is the element love. And because the swans are white, that's the element spirituality. So the Crimson Swan is a representation of my love from a past life through spirituality. And me finding her in Jaden, but Jaden being, happy where she's at in her current relationship. So good lodges. So this lodge here, it's good. Most people would assume that it's Satan's, lair, but it's not. It's a good house. It's not bad. And the rich hunting grounds, well, the rich hunting grounds has to do with the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation $90 billion land claim. Okay, so that's what we're trying to accomplish here. That's why I'm making this video for the legal team. So my plan, as I said at the beginning, is to get this to go see Chief and Counsel, and then get them to get it to the lawyers. The lawyers have to come here, then they have to watch all these videos, and then when they watch the videos, they can present these videos as evidence in our court case, and hopefully sway Canada and Ontario's public opinion, because once the scientists review the facts of what I'm about to teach you in this property here, I'm giving you a taste of the scientific facts that you're going to learn in the book later on. So when the scientists see this, they'll be like, holy smokes, Canada, we've reviewed his stories, and those scientific facts are undeniable proof that they're the creators. You cannot deny those scientific facts. We did the mathematics behind it, and yes, it works, but he says it's 100% true. So they're the creators, and that's how I plan on settling the land claims codes. Okay, so that's what you're looking at there. So those are what the basically the four hills are. Okay, so I described that in short of what the basics here, but again, like over here, we want to. There's stories tonight over here about women who resisted these traps. I mean, I'm not being stuck in this trap anymore. I'm busting out here. Kept to their path of vision. They trembled in the presence of Wendigos. Yeah, it's very difficult, waging a spiritual war against an invisible enemy. I'm physical, but those invisible enemies, those spirits, evil spirits, they live inside of all of us as electricity. So how do you bring something down that you can't see? It's a very hard process, and there's a method and a way that I done that, but I can't talk about that now. At this point in time, due to the sensitive nature of the subject matter, but I have no problem talking about it openly in public. At some point in time, I'll tell you exactly what transpired here. I have nothing to hide. I'll tell you exactly what I did. In fact, I even wrote a book. It's in Squarespace. It was under AnthonyLavercoggy.com. I don't know if it's still there, but I'll go see if I have it over here on my profile. I haven't paid for the Squarespace in a while, so. Yeah, see? So, because I haven't paid for the Squarespace, I don't have my website up and running. If I was to go into Squarespace and possibly and pay them back, I could get that book uploaded for you guys. So that'll be my thing. You can read what transpired in the bedroom here that way. You know, I try to do it that way, but talking code. So I have nothing to hide. So I'll try to get that Squarespace up and running. But first I need to get some money, right? So so that's the Wendigos. Basically a shape-shifting spirit that I had to fight here using spiritual warfare. But was not overcoming. They didn't overcome me. You know, I'm back to, you know, who I was. So they dreaded the great serpents. You know, let's say, you know, there's a great fear in knowing that when I begin to go viral, that there's going to be a World War III started because people are going to think I'm Satan. So there's a great deal of fear there, but I have to overcome that fear. So that's what you're looking at. I'm dreading that, but I'm going to overcome it. But I'm going to slay them because I'm going to, in order for them to know that Armageddon is here, in order for them to know that the end of days is here, and in order for them to know that Revelations is here, like, I have to go viral. If I just sit here and don't say anything, they're not going to know that, you know, the end of days is here. So I have to become viral, and I have to get over that fear. So that's me slaying, you know, the great serpents. So they faltered before the fire. Okay, so yes, there's a great deal of fear believing that I could get nuked over here. But I'm going to pass through that and put my faith and trust, and that's not going to happen. So they were enticed by mermaids. So I was enticed by Olivia. You know, for 6 months, I dated your spirit. Fell in love with your spirit. And then thought, no, it's not a good fit. So I'm going to go with Sarah. So that's me being enticed by Olivia, and me being enticed by Tate McRae, and, you know, and Princess Charlotte, you know, all wanting that role, but did not turn aside. So they withstood ridicule without taking revenge. So the ridicule is, you know, like, for 10 years I've had to walk around in this community with a name over my head of something that I'm not. You know, so, and then mankind, when they, you know, I start tossing mud my way, I'm not going to take revenge. I've said it before. I give everybody, you know, in the Bible, it talks about doing the unforgivable sin, blasphemy and treason. But I'm okay with, you know, if you call me Satan once, you know, or that other name that I don't like because of the perceived spiritual warfare that took place here in this room, I'll forgive you 3 times. You can call me Satan 3 times, publicly or whatever, but on your 4th strike, you're out. I'm different, a little bit different. So, you know, if you're sitting there, you know, on your YouTube channel and you're, you know, you call me Satan, and I said, I come on my video and say, hey, I was watching your channel, you call me Satan, please don't do that. And then he gets back, what a guy thinks he can tell me not to call him Satan. You're Satan, man. And I go, I told you, don't do that. I go back and we reply, please don't call me that one more time. Then he goes back on channel. Did you hear what he said? He said, I can't call him Satan. He's Satan, man. And I'll say, that's it. You're out. 3 strikes. You're out. You're not coming to paradise. You just sealed side in your own extinction. I decide who gets into paradise. So, you know, when I say you get 3 strikes, please abide by that. You get 3 strikes or you're out. You don't get that in the Bible. You get 1 strike and you're out. So they saw marvels without flinching. You know, and although they were tempted by comfort and plenty, like I know there's, I got my coffee roasting business that I got to get up and running. There's billions of dollars there that I can pursue. You know, I got $90 billion land claim money that I have access to. That's the plenty and comfort. I'm not, because I've done the purification, I'm not a money-driven person. I can remember as a 19-year-old sitting in bed 3 hours every night before going to high school thinking about what I would do if I won the lottery. I would sit in bed for 3 hours from like 10 o'clock till 1 o'clock. I'd be just thinking about spending money in my mind. You know, that's not in my mind anymore. I'm not like that anymore because I'm 100% pure. Money isn't on my mind because I'm pure inside. Every atom in my body is pure. Every particle is pure. So That's that part. Like I'm tempted by comfort and plenty, but it doesn't affect me. I'm a billionaire. Actually, I'm the world's first trillionaire, but I'm not. I don't give a shit. So they persevered in their journey, and such men and women have been granted long life. So I thought I'd break that down because it's just why wait? Okay, so now we'll get down here. So the fourth fire was given to the people by two prophets. They come as one. Okay, so to help you understand what that means, these all three of these religions here, they have a story about, well, I believe it's this one here. That one not so much. That one not so much. But this one has to deal with Alpha and Omega. Jesus talks about being the Alpha and Omega. I'm the first and the last, the beginning and the end. That's what he talks about. These ones, I don't believe that Allah talks about that, and I don't believe Yahweh talks that way. I just believe God talks that way. So, but because all three are the same, they come from the same mother and father of Abraham and Sarah. Okay, so if you don't know who Abraham and Sarah is, you might. Well, I'll show you after in here. You get down to it later. So, because this religion talks about the Alpha and Omega, that's what you're looking at here. The fourth fire was given to the people by two prophets. They come as one. Okay, so they're talking about Alpha and Omega. So, this video here, the meaning of the Alpha and Omega symbols in the Bible, I'd like you to watch that. And then over here, this is a trailer called Alpha and Omega official. So in Wolf's mythology, I believe the female is the Alpha and the male is the Omega. Okay, so in this trailer here, when you watch it, there's a particular scene where this Alpha, she walks up and she has that purple flower in her hair. She's always got flowers in her hair in some of her videos. So there's a flower in the hair. So this one here says she's not actually a skater. So I put over here, she's actually a creator. She is. It's just there's a process to make her the creator, which you'll learn about shortly here. So I'd like you to watch these two videos and let yourself. So pause the video and go watch the videos. There's a lot of information in here as well. Like I could decipher every word in there for you and make you understand what it means. But I just want you to pay attention to the Alpha and Omega theme of it, because her and I are the Alpha and Omega. Whereas in scripture here, God or one single man is the beginning and the end, Alpha and Omega. There's a difference. Okay. So, this one here, okay, now we're going to get in, the fourth fire was given to the people by two prophets. They come as one. So, this here is what I call the creation of science, okay? So, everything in creation is made up of atoms. Atoms are spirits, okay? So, what you're looking at here, this is a fire electron. That's an earth proton. It's a water neutron and an air neutron. So, science doesn't know that these particles are made up. They're made up of the elements. That's a secret that they just learned right now. So, to them, I'm pretty certain when they look at it, they'll say, "Okay, yeah, it does make sense. I guess I don't know why we didn't think of things like that, but that's how things are, made up of four elements." So. This is just at its most basic, okay? I realize that, like an atom of, what do you call that, plutonium. It has a great big nucleus in it, so there'd be all kinds of, things that look a little bit different there. So this is just atoms and quarks at their most basic science. So now, atoms are made up of quarks, and quark is just basically the same as an atom. So it has a fire electron, earth proton, water neutron, and air neutron. Now, the difference is these are your elemental spirits, okay? So, for me, my spirit is earth here. So see that green one? That green uh, proton, it houses the quark in there. That yellow proton, yellow neutron, yellow water neutron, that also has all these quarks in it here. And that air neutron, it also has all these quarks in it. And that fire electron also has all these quarks in it. So depending on what your soul type is, determines on what your elemental spirit is. So we'll come over here to the soul particle. So this is your soul particle here. Okay. So depending on what element you have determines, or what element you have determines on, determines on what soul type you have, determines what element you have. So this white one here, that's spirituality. This red one, that's the element love. This orange is the element fire. This yellow is the element water. This green one is the element earth. This blue is the element air. This indigo is the element life. I believe it's life. And this one is, no, this is the element health. And this violet is the element life. Okay? So those are the 8 elements. So these colors here, they make up visible light. Because there's 7 colors to light. Those are the 7 colors. When you combine those 7 colors, you get white light. That white light, everyone who's a creator has a white light soul. So everyone in my community, your souls are white light. If you're a Anishinaabe or part of the Three Fires Confederacy, if you're Odawa, Potawatomi, Ojibwe, that's your soul. You're creators. Not every Native American is a creator. Only the Anishinaabe are creators, or the Odawa, Potawatomi, and Ojibwe. Our other Native American brothers, like say the Mohawks or the Crees or the Lakotas or other nations like that, they all have a different type of soul like this. I don't know what type of soul they have, but they have a soul based on these here. And it's the same with Caucasians. Like there's English people. There's what's the other one? There's Greek people. There's Spanish people, right? What's those other ones? There's Norse people. So those people, they're all Caucasian, but they all have a different soul. That's why there's a different breed. Like the German people, the English people, the Netherlands people, the Norse people, or the Norway people, the Russian people. You all have a soul based on one of these elements here. I haven't quite figured out which one it is, but that's your soul type. Yes, the same with the Middle East people. The Middle East, like the Israel, Iran, Pakistan, Palestine. You guys are all Middle East people, but you all have a soul that looks as one of these elements. It's the same with the Asian people. There's China, there's Japan, there's the Philippines, there's Vietnam, North Korea. All those Asia people, they all have a different soul based on this here. They're not all the same people. It's the same with the Polynesian people, the same with the Aborigine people, the same with the South American people. South Americans, they all have a different soul based on that. Like there's a Brazil person, there's a Chile person, there's a I can't remember all the countries down there. Anyhow, you get the concept of what I'm trying to say. Same with the African. Not all African people are the same. So you all have a different soul based on these elements. So this one here, if you have a love soul, then your element is water. So having a soul over here that's red means your spirit is a water, that yellow one. If you have a soul of let's see the other ones here. This one here, this indigo, which is the element health. Then your soul is air. So if you have a soul of health, your element is air, or your spirit is air over here. If you have a soul of life, then your element is earth. The life is connected to earth. So your element would be earth. And if you have a soul of spirituality, like Native Americans or the Anishinaabe, then your soul is fire. Right here. Fire, because the light that comes up the sun out here, if you see it out there, you see it coming in the window here? The light coming off that sun, that's a big ball of fire out there. So you think of that being fire, and because it's light, that's why fire has been given the element spirituality. So that star out there, it's basically spirituality coming off of it. All these elements are coming off of it in the light waves. That's why the creators have been given that white light soul here, because, or the element fire. So your element is fire, because the fire is light. So that's the soul particle, an atom particle. Now, next, your souls, they revolve around the universe here. Okay, so that's the universe. So if you flew to the edge of the universe and you looked outside, you would see these big giant balls rotating around the universe. Next is here. So these are space. These are giant black holes, like a supermassive black hole at the center of galaxies. That's what that is. This one here is time. These are black holes at the bottom of stars. So how creation started is the creators placed 1 billion supermassive black holes throughout the universe. There's no more, there's no less science. I know that you guys say there's hundreds of billions or hundreds of trillions of galaxies out there, and hundreds of billions and zillions of stars out there. There isn't. There's 1 billion supermassive black holes in the universe, no more, no less. And the universe isn't expanding. It's encased in this thing here. That's a gold universe. Must have phoned the food bank. Cancel my appointment. So that there, it's stationary. It's not expanding. It's made of gold, and it's made of gold because that universe exists inside of all of us at the quantum subatomic level. Because it exists inside the atom here. I gotta charge up my phone. Oh. Nope. There we go. Okay, so because the universe is a gold sphere, it's not expanding. It has to be gold because it's subjected to high electrical conductivity from spirits, both evil and good. But also, we're dealing with it forever here, so you need a material that's not going to erode or weather down or rust. So because it's inside our bodies, which is, I think what they say, 90% our bodies are 90% water, 70% water, whatever it is, you need a material that's not going to rust. So it's gold. I'll explain that a little bit later. So because it's not expanding, we put 1 billion of these supermassive black holes at the center of galaxies. Then the creators placed 1 billion small, large black holes around that supermassive black hole. And over time, hydrogen gets sucked into that black hole. As hydrogen gets sucked into that black hole over millions of years, it compresses at the bottom of the black hole until nuclear fusion takes place. So when it compresses at the bottom of the black hole and it turns into a star, you need a way to kick that star out of there. So the spirits, this electricity that you see here, that's alternating current and direct current. So when they're creating that star, they use direct current. Direct current is flowing this way. It flows towards the supermassive galaxy like that, or the supermassive black hole. So that pulls the hydrogen in, and it keeps that star at the bottom of the black hole until it ignites into a star. So great grandmother, they reverse the flow of electricity. So the flow of electricity flows this way when they want to kick the star out. So from direct current flowing this way, alternating current flows this way. And when that happens, alternating current flows this way, the star gets, or the black hole becomes a white hole. And it ejects the star. The star gets kicked out of the hole. So at the beginning of creation, the billion black holes had a billion stars on it, or a quintillion stars in the universe, all got created at the same time because the hydrogen was sucked in using direct current to pull the hydrogen into the black hole. And then when they wanted to burst the star, they reversed the flow of electricity and the star was ejected out. At the same time, one quintillion stars or a quintillion stars all came into existence at the same time. After millions and millions of years of hydrogen being compressed at the bottom of a black hole. So once the star are ejected like that, they reverse the flow of electricity again with direct current. So direct current pulls that star down on top of the black hole. But the black hole being smaller than the star means it doesn't get sucked into the black hole. It just rotates on top of it. That's why there's a rotation to the star. It rotates on top of the black hole because the black hole is rotating it with a force. So that's the element time. Space is that there, and time. Now over here we got there's a black hole at the center of planets and a black hole at the center of moons. So those black holes at the planets and center of moons. So when you want to create a planet, there's a black hole there's placed, I think 9 of them around the solar system, and then the material from a different parallel universe flows in from the elemental universe, and it gets ejected out over a year, and then over a year, when the planet comes back around after a year, it first develops a magnetic core. So you get a white hole, it ejects out the material from a parallel universe. The material gets ejected out, and so imagine the circle here, like here, being like a year's worth of material being ejected out through a white hole. And then when it comes back around over here, the first thing that gets ejected out is magnetics, like a giant magnet. So magnets get ejected out. Then when they reverse the flow of electricity from that black hole, all those magnets clump together to create a magnetic core. And it's that magnetic core that then begins attracting the asteroids. And once the asteroids clump and form together, then the ice comets come. The ice comets come and they bombard the planet with water. They seed it with water, and then fungi spores land on the planet, and they seed it with life. The fungi begin eating the rock, transforming the rock into soil, while creating life in the oceans. So, but the first thing that happens is the moon. The moon is created first. So the moon, it's the same principle with the moon. So the material to create the moon, like out pops magnetic material after a year. As the black hole comes around, it sucks in that magnetic material. So first it's a white hole spitting out material for a year, and then when it comes back around, it turns into a black hole, and it sucks all the magnets back in, and they stop. They make a magnetic core. That magnetic core then attracts all the asteroids to create a core of the moon. And then once the moon is formed, and like that's when the planet forms at the same time. So that's the basic principle for planet and solar system creation. There's white holes. Electricity flows through white holes, ejects the material out, reverses the flow of electricity to create a black hole, which sucks in magnetic material first, forming a magnetic core, and then it attracts the asteroids. In the case of the moon is formed. Same with the planet. The magnetic core forms, then the rock, the asteroids get attracted to it, then the ice comets that get attached to it, and then the fungi spores, they land on it. In the terms of gas giants, there's extra hydrogen, or there's extra helium that flows in. It may be even liquid. There could be like liquid or like frozen helium, if you want to think of that, or frozen hydrogen that flows in from that parallel universe, and all of that clumps together to create the gas giants. So when they're creating a gas giant, it's the gases that flow in to create the gas giants. So now this here, these are nuclear fusion reactors. I've labeled that as Titan, but inside of the nuclear fusion reactors is microscopic black holes, which is a form of a spirit. These here are microwaves or timecrowaves, but these little 4 dots, those are nuclear fusion reactors, microscopic nuclear fusion reactors. So when you want to make something in an advanced civilization, you just grab a puck of carbon. So imagine this being a carbon. There's something in this dish like carbon. Imagine me being made of glass and there's carbon in there. You put that in the microwave like that, and well, let's go like this. So imagine this is glass and not plastic. So yeah, you put it in the time microwave. There's carbon in there, so let's assume that this is a puck of carbon. Okay, let's say those are carbon pucks. You put your carbon puck in the glass like that, and you say, "I want cookies," and so this microwave would cook the carbon pucks. And next thing you know, you'd have 2 cookies in an oven like that. They would transform into cookies. So you take your cookies out. It's the same thing. If you wanted a steak dinner, well, then you put the same amount of 8 ounces or 4 ounces, let's say you want 4 ounces of steak, you put 4 ounces of carbon in there, and then they would transform that carbon at the molecular level into meat. They'd actually turn it into a steak. So the spirits, these are spirits. Plants, animals, insects, and fungi spirits. And the spirits down here that are the planet, the spirits that make the planet, those are plants, animals, insects, and fungi spirits. So the 2 work hand in hand. So you put 4 ounces of carbon pucks in there, and next thing you know, have 4 ounces of steak that you could eat. But you could put potatoes. If you put maybe 4 ounces of potatoes in there, or 4 ounces of, let's say you put 12 ounces altogether. So you would have 4 ounces of steak, you'd have 4 ounces of potatoes, you'd have 4 ounces of vegetables, all transformed within a couple of minutes in the time microwave. That's how advanced civilizations eat. They don't slaughter animals. They do grow fresh produce, like in hydroponics. Like you can go to a hydroponic store and ask for whatever's fresh. They grow vegetables, they grow fruit naturally, instead of doing it like this. So you can go there and you get fresh produce that's actually made using hydroponics. But, when you want to constantly having a steak dinner with potatoes and vegetables, it's just faster to throw that thing in the microwave and cook it using advanced technology. So, that's the creation of science. So, science doesn't know that, inside our bodies in 8 different locations. I don't have that here, but I'll talk about it in the book later. So we all have 8 atoms, and they're all located in 8 different locations in our bodies. Let me see if I can pull up a picture here. This will help science out. I'll help you out as well. As you get a better understanding. There we go. Here's one here. Okay, so anyhow, science. So these atoms here, okay, that one single atom, there's one single atom in the brain, there's one single atom in the lung, one single atom in the heart, one single atom in the stomach, one single atom in the liver, one single atom in the intestine, one single atom in the bladder, one single atom in the sex organ. So these are all located in the spinal cord, in the ventral root nerve. And your ventral root nerve attached to these 8 organs is one atom that houses all these particles inside of it, with the exception of these other ones here. I would say, well, they're in there. They're just, So I call them the 10 particles of creation, or 10 particles of creation. So you all have these 10 or these eight atoms in those 8 locations. And inside of those is all creation. So if you want to know where the universe is that we're standing in right now, it's located in the heart. That's right here. So in the heart, oops, right there, like that. That's how that would look. In the heart is all these particle science, all of them. And that's where the universe is. So the universe that you're standing in right now looking at, it's down over here. There. And the planet that you're standing on is over here. But all of those things that are in the universe and the stars and the planet is located in your heart, in that one single atom. So again, so if you had a this is a bit different. See how it's green? Because this is an older one. So if you had the fire electron there, let's say that fire electron. Let's say that was a fire electron. Blurry. So that fire electron would have all of these particles in it, or that water neutron would have all these particles in it, or that air neutron would have all these particles in it, or that earth proton would have all these all these particles in it, depending on what your soul type is. So that's the secret. Where existence, where your soul is, where this universe is located. It's located inside of you, inside your spinal cord. So that's you guys. You have 10 particles there, okay? I don't have 10 particles because I'm the Alpha and Omega. I have 11. I'm the only person in creation with 11 particles. It's a way to get out of this prison because we've all lived 10 lives. There's each life that we live, and evil had thought that they kept me locked away in here. Because when I get to this point in the vision quest, I'm pure. Like I'm 100% pure, and then I begin to eat healthy. Like when I get my money, I begin to eat healthy. I begin to run. I get exercise. So I'm leading a good lifestyle when I get that money. But in all 9 past lives, there's been a war started. And I'm going to tell you what happens during that war. The evil aliens that live outside the solar system created those books to start a war. So half of mankind believe I'm Satan. A war starts because when I try to prove that I'm the creator with the land claims money, everyone starts calling me Satan, then everyone starts praying, and then these aliens, they magically show up. They're actually in the oceans waiting to come over here. But they're not coming here because I'm in control of the spaceships and I've gotten rid of them. Everybody that's evil out there in the solar systems, like I talk about them in my YouTube videos. There's 242 trillion evil people, evil predators out there that are no longer alive because of my spiritual warfare tactics, because of me being the Alpha and Omega. There's no UFOs coming here. Normally what happens is I begin to go viral, say September. Everyone starts praying in October. And in November, the UFOs show up here. So first they come here being peaceful, saying they're looking for me, who's an escaped android, who's actually evil Satan. And then when mankind, the other half of mankind says, that's not true. Get out of here. And we try to fight them. They call for their backup, who have advanced railguns. They have UFOs with railguns that are roughly, the projectiles on those railguns are about 2 feet wide. So they just sit up in space and they bombard other nations here like China, Africa, South America, all the countries that support me. They shoot them with their railguns until they're all gone. And once everybody on planet Earth is gone, they take our kids. They take our kids back to their civilizations and they sell them. That's the war that I'm trying to prevent. Unfortunately, and thankfully, I'm the Alpha and Omega this lifetime, and I've gotten rid of all those evil civilizations. They're not coming. I'm in control this time because of what I'm about to show you here. So, for 9 lives, that's how this war would go down. Every time I begin to go viral, everyone starts slinging mud. Not to mention, there's certain factions out there that, normally they put stuff on my computer to make me look bad, which, then starts the rumor mill that I'm a bad person, I'm Satan, and then all of a sudden, the aliens come here. They bring a tape here, which basically is filmed from the eye, but it's not real. It's all Hollywood magic. Basically, that tape shows me running around as an android in other civilizations and getting rid of the good people and becoming bad. They try to say that I'm a rogue Native American android who murdered the Caucasian mother and father of all creation. That's their story. And then people believe it. Then a war starts over it. And like I said, they come here in their railguns, they decimate us, and then they take our kids home and they do what they sell them. So, because we've all lived 9 lives, 10 lives, this is our 10th life, I have the ability to put my existences away from those past lives. So this here is it's a revised particle of that there. This is 11. So in my spinal cord, in those 8 locations, are these 8 atoms here. Okay, right here. But inside of that Earth proton is another set of atoms. This atom is from a past life. So all these particles here from a past life have been stored away by great grandma and great grandfather. And they were waiting to put them inside of me on this last life. So I'm the only man in creation with 11 particles. I have those 8 atoms in the 8 locations that I just described to you. Okay, where'd that picture go? I should have kept it out. I gotta get around and look for it again. This is working on the fly. I wasn't prepared for this. I wasn't gonna add that in there, but it does help a little bit more with understanding. I'll just use this one. Same thing, same principle. So this here is a little bit different. You see how the atoms there, then the quark, then the soul, then the space, the time, and the earth. So see that the atom there? So there's the 8 locations. There's the atom there, atom there, atom. That's a representation of the spinal cord, the ventral root nerve. These are that's the brain, the lungs, the heart, stomach, liver, intestine, bladder, and sex organ. So inside those atoms is all these particles that I just described, and you live on the planet there. So that's the same thing like up here, but you're looking at it in a linear instead of circular. It's linear. So there's the quark, okay? There's the soul. There's space. There's time, but time is represented as space is represented as one is the same. Then time is the star, and then Earth is the Gaia. What's missing is the moon here. I don't have the moon. So what I'm trying to say is that the atom that's here, I see it over here. That atom is that atom right there. Okay. Look at that. Let me see what it is. That atom. So this atom here, right here, that's it there. That's the atom there. That's it there, there, there. So I have those 8 atoms, okay? But inside of those 8 atoms is these 10 particles. So I have 11 particles. Inside of that, up here, so I can put that aside now. So inside of that Earth proton there is all of these particles. And these particles are from 8 past lives. 8 Anthonys that have lived. They've died and repeat on this planet. So Anthony's 11 alpha omega particles. So Now there's a fire electron and an earth proton. These two are blacked out because it's theoretically possible that through spiritual warfare, which means when you climax, they teleport another person, they teleport one of these particles inside of you. I could have two people inside of me, so that's why they're blacked out, not fully colored. I'll explain that more later. But so inside the earth proton is another atom. So I'm the only person in creation with 11 particles. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times 11 particles means 88 particles. I'm the only person with 88 particles. So I want you to watch this over here for a moment. I want you to watch Back to the Future. That's a good one here, okay? So when Doc Brown is talking about, when this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're going to see some serious shit. Here, 88. What he's actually talking about is I have 88 particles inside of me because I have, where'd that go? Oh, I know, right? It's over there. So, yeah, I'll use this one. So, I have 11 particles here, 11 there, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11. So, and 11. So, 11 times 8 is 88 particles. So, when you see this time machine hit 88 miles per hour, you're going to see some serious shit. It means when you see Anthony come back on the 10th life with great-grandmother and great-grandfather inside of him, because of him having to live 9 lives where they could put 10 Anthony's atoms that are 100% pure from past lives when he passed away inside of him, you're going to see some serious shit. That's what he's talking about when he watched this. So, yeah. That's what the 88 miles per hour represents. Me. Uh-oh. Come on, come on, come on. All right. No. Okay, so you now know what the 88 miles per hour is, because I'm the only person with 11 particles. So, inside that earth proton is this atom, but inside that earth proton there is the quark. Inside the earth proton is the quark. So inside that first atom is this second atom, and inside that atom's earth proton, that green one right there, is this quark. And inside that green quark there, that thing there, is this soul particle. So this is a revised soul particle. Do you see how that's like a ring there, as opposed to how it's just three balls there? But this is some of the information I learned recently. So I'm going to describe the soul particle first. So the soul particle, those are the same elements here. Like, see how there's spirituality, there's love, there's fire, there's water, there's earth, there's air, there's health, and then there's life. But rotating around there is one fire or one earth proton and one fire electron. That's the great-grandmother and great-grandfather of all creation. They're in my soul. That's what allows me to wage spiritual warfare here, and shock evil. When I'm waging spiritual warfare here by myself, I'm shocking them. And then when I go for a run, I'm sucking the life force from everyone in creation who's evil, and they're all dropping dead. All 242 trillion people out there who are evil, androids and robots, are androids and humans, they're all deceased. They're all gone because of me having great grandmother and great grandfather in my soul. So that's what my soul looks like. I'm the only person with a soul like that. Nobody else has one like that except me. So what you're looking at here, science, you see how I've tweaked that around there to have like a ring? There's 1,000 parallel universes out there. So I want to talk about that first because this is the revised drawing here. So I got that name there. See, this says Alpha, Great Grandmother Stair, Omega, Great Grandfather Anthony. I'm putting those there because that's what that is. So that's Grandma and that's Grandfather. They've selected Stair as the new mother. And me as the father. So how I developed that drawing there is through this here. So there's this ring here represents the inner ring of the, which is this inner ring there. You see the inner ring right here? That's that one. Then this one right here, you see in the corner there? That's this outer one here, okay? And then this one here with the green on it. See how there's more green on it? That's how I can tell that one with the green there is grandfather. That's him here. That's the green electron right there, okay? And I could tell that from that there. So when I saw this one here, I figured, okay, if he's the Earth proton, that's got to be grandmother out here a little bit further away. It's not, the drawing isn't designed to mimic it exactly, but she's out there. So that's her there. That's where I come up with the concept. That's just recently. I came up with that a few days ago. So that's the revised soul particle. So we're at here. Okay, so I'm going to go over here. I'll finish up here. So and then we'll get into it all. So I'm going to show you what this universe looks like in a moment here. Why it's different. So there's the universe there. And then right here, you see how I have a molecular wall? So the walls, the universe is made of gold, like I said before, because it's inside our bodies. It has to be withstand sweat, water. So you don't want it to be able to corrode and you don't want it to rust. So that's like a molecular walls, okay? If you go through to the edge of the universe, the wall would look like a bunch of molecules of gold. But those molecules of gold are made up of atoms. So inside the walls of our universe are molecules made up of atoms. So when I talk about the universe, in terms of being like having spirit, it does have spirit because it's made up of giant atoms. So now it's the same as the other one. So after that, you got space, time, Gaia. This time I just switched it. I called that atom. This is Eve. So this is like there's the spirits. That's a spirit. So this is plants, animals, insects, and fungi spirits. That's my soul. This star is my soul. That moon is my soul. Because all three of those are in my soul, it allows me to rewind time. How do I do that? If I was to die, because somebody drop a nuke on me, somebody shoots me with a bullet, somebody blows me up, grandma and grandfather being in my soul, they'd flow electricity in from these particles. It would flow into my soul. It would hit that universe there, like the universe is here, the 1,000 universes, and then it would hit that universe right there. That's our universe. So it would hit that universe there. The electricity would flow in here. It would hit these atoms, and right now these atoms are evil. Those evil spirits, gone. They would die. The electricity would flow in. It would hit the supermassive black holes. Those spirits would die. Come over here. It would hit this element time. Those spirits would die. And it would come over here, and it would hit the planet's core, and then it would hit the moon. These are my spirits. So when it reached our solar system, nobody would die because those are my souls. Everything would stop. Time would be rewound. But if you're impure, which every single one of you are on this planet, you would die. Your soul here would get shocked. If I die, grandma and grandpa, as these particles saving me to resurrect me, would shock your soul with electricity. And because you're all sinners, because you do that, or you do that, or you eat unhealthy, or you drink, you smoke, or whatever, you would all die. The only people that would survive would probably be babies because they're still pure. So if somebody drops a nuke on me, grandma and grandpa are going to rewind time, and it'll rewind time in the solar system to resurrect me back to life. I'll come back to life on a planet that is dead. You'll all be dead. I'll be sitting here alive though, but in the process, that'll allow them to send help from a galaxy on the far side of the universe where spaceships could fly over here. I'd instantly see spaceships here, and then be like, "Oh, you're here. Okay, you're here to resurrect mankind. Yeah, come on the spaceship." We come in the spaceship. I go fly up into space, watch this, and they'd position themselves around the planet, and then they'd resurrect everyone on the planet again, minus the people who dropped a nuke on me or shot me with a bullet or blew me up. So that's the revised particle. So these here, you see how these represent electricity flowing. So green is grandfather going direct current, and orange is great grandmother or alternating current. So green and orange. That's why these arrows are here. So the current can flow any direction because they're in my soul, and because they're in my soul, that current can flow any direction. They could stop time right now if they wanted. Right now, as I'm speaking, everybody on this planet could die. If they wanted to stop time and make the earth stand still, it would stop. I'd be the only one left standing alive. Everyone out there would just, I could hear crashes out there. Everyone would drop dead on the planet because they chose to stop time and rewind it. Why? Well, because they want my spaceships to come over here and get us to paradise a lot faster than, mankind having to research that technology. There's plenty of ways we can get to where we're going. One is to play nice with me and have science research all this fancy technology, and take our time because I have to lose weight in order for me to get my spaceships here. I have to lose all this fat. This is evil, but I can't do that unless I'm rich because it's expensive. I have to change all the pipes in my house. I have to have like gold pipes in the house, and I have to create. I have to drill a well, and then I have to filter that water with filters that haven't been invented yet because I can't have plastics in my house. I can't. Right now, I got plastic piping in my house, so I need to have gold piping in my house. So with the gold piping, I could drink that water and eat healthy, the foods I need to eat while running and exercising daily, and then over, I'd say, 2 years, I could get my spaceships here from a parallel universe or from a galaxy across the universe. And then once they're here, we can terraform the planet and do whatever needs to happen. Right? So if I'm not afforded the opportunity to run because I perish, time will be rewound and everyone will perish. Because of grandmother and grandfather being in my soul. And I know that you guys out there, like my sleeper cell children, you don't know that they're in my soul. Well, now you know they are. So please, hold off on your plans that you think are going to go down the way they go down. Because I'm guaranteeing you, in November, when everybody does their praying, there's not going to be any UFOs that show up here. None. They're gone. Everybody's gone. So that's the basics of the particle. So what I want you to pay attention here is the 11 particles. So these 10 particles, those are from 10 Anthony's from a past life, or 9 of them, okay? And 8 of them are particles inside of me. There's 1 particle that's inside my dog, Louie, or my son's dog, Louie, or I should say Leia's dog, Louie. He's a shared dog between my son, Leia, and me. So that dog, Louie, they always, every time I do this, each lifetime, I ask him to come save my dog because he's on his deathbed. He was on his deathbed and he was dying. And they let him die. They let my daughter die. And they're going to let my mother die. I tried to end this peacefully by telling those UFOs to rise out of the oceans and come here and save my dog, and this would end peacefully. And they didn't. They let him die. I said, come over here, save my daughter. They didn't. They let her die. I told them to come over here and save my mom. They didn't. Well, she's got congestive heart failure. I don't know how long she's going to live because I didn't want them to break my son's heart. Minga. That's his dog. That's his sister and his mother. Now, when he has a broken heart, Minga, you can take solace in knowing that, they are going to live again. It just takes the technology. Like I said, when I told you when you were here, when I told you don't worry about, Louis or Nana, I'll bring them back to life. When you begin watching the science, Minga, and how that works, you'll understand how I'm going to do that. So you can take solace, Minga, in knowing that they're going to come back. They're safe right now. Like Louis, he's down at the planet's core. The atom here, that's his. Like, when he passed away, that atom, it got sucked down to the planet's core here by the by magnetism. Everybody that has ever died on planet Earth is down at that planet's core. I've sucked down all their atoms down there. So everyone on planet Earth who's dead is watching this TV show right now. They're watching me talk right now at the planet's core. So when Louis passed on, he's down there right now with my spirit walking around. It's the same with my daughter. She's walking around down there. Everybody in Saugeen is walking around down there. And so that core being made of electricity and everything in creation being made of atoms, and means that they got spirits down there. So that's their spirit, but their spirit houses their soul here. So in terms of like when somebody dies, that's their spirit. So they'd have two spirits down there at the planet's core. There'd be two versions of Manokman walking around down there. There'd be two versions of, if Nana passes on, there'd be two versions of Nana walking around down there. So everyone that you've ever lost, mankind, they're all down at that black hole there because their spirit here, that's Adam, it gets sucked down to the core where they, think of it as Valhalla. They're walking around down there in a perpetual dream. Imagine a dream that seems so real, you can't tell the difference of whether it's real or not. It's like being in a physical world. You still feel pain. You can still, walk around. You can still eat. You can still drink. You can still run, exercise. You really can't tell that you're living in a dream. So everyone's spirits who've ever died, the atom, it gets sucked down to the planet's core over here. That's where they are. And your soul here, because it's made of electricity, that's made of electricity, and that planet's core is made of electricity. That core creates a mirror image Earth that looks real, like our planet. It has the sun because that black hole at the bottom of the star is the sun, or it's made of electricity. That black hole over here is made of electricity. So the electricity of those cores creates a sun in the sky, or a moon in the sky, or it creates a planet, mirror image planet. The electricity here creates a version of you, and the electricity of the soul creates a version of you. So all those people on Earth who ever died, they're down there. And like I said, it's electricity. The electricity in my phone, as it's being projected through here, they're watching the TV show right here. I talk about my TV show all the time in my YouTube show. I say, I'm working on a show behind the scenes. So, there's another story behind that. But anyways, what I wanted to let my son know is that, Louis, he's a special dog. He's a time cop like me. So Louis, he has 11 particles, just like me. So there's a particle here. There's one here. He has the particles inside of him as well. As far as I can tell. However, it might be possible for Stair to have that other particle. But the thing with Stair having the other particle is that, it does make more sense from her having it because, she's the alpha, and that's where Grandma would reside. However, it does make sense that Louis have it as well, because if I'm the time police, I need somebody who can control time, and that's what Louis does. He controls time. Because he's deceased, he's become a singularity. So he's become an atom, and that atom houses all those particles, and he's down at the planet's core. And if time needs to be rewound, that's how Grandma and Grandpa could also do it, because they exist inside of Louis as well as these two particles here. They're inside of Louis as well, because I believe he's a time police. Because plants, animals, insects, and fungi, they're what creates the solar system. So because he's an animal, that's what creates the solar system. So why put it in the dog? Oh, I've been told that, there's a potential for them to try to mutate the COVID virus with rabies, hantavirus, and Ebola. So the way they would do that is they would have to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 couples with these 8 elements. Okay, so if evil was to get 8 couples with these 8 elements on planet Earth to all get pregnant at the exact same time, and the spirits were able to bring in their babies at the exact same time, with when the spinal cord pops into existence, it's that electricity they're bringing all existence online that evil can use to mutate the COVID virus in bats. So they basically harness the energy from the pregnancy of 7 pairs of people with these 7 elements all getting pregnant at the exact same time. And when their baby spinal cord pops into existence, in theory, they could mutate that COVID virus inside of bats to create a zombie virus to kill mankind as another way to get rid of me. So that's why I theorize that they've great grandma and grandpa has put themselves in Louis, because Louis is an animal, and Louis, like a bat, that has the virus, they can prevent that virus from mutating. So that's why I say the 11th particle is inside of Louis, because it's designed to stop COVID from mutating with rabies through 8 pregnancies on the throughout creation. Not only that, my former spouse that I've been trying to pursue, Jaden, I believe they've used her in 9 past lives, like I believe as a weapon. Grandmother was, I believe, inside of her for 9 past lives, and each time that she became pregnant, their weapon would fire where COVID would mutate with rabies when her baby's particle pop into existence. That's what I theorize would happen, and it's another way to get rid of me by mutating COVID, but also get rid of mankind. 9 past lives. I don't know how many times that weapon is fired, or how many times the aliens have come here and caused a war. But if that's the case, Jaden becoming pregnant this time because grandmother's inside of me, nothing's going to happen because she's inside of Louis, and grandfather's inside of Louis, who's an animal who can prevent the COVID virus from mutating. She's not in her no more. She's in Louis to help prevent that virus from mutating. So if there's any chance or a possibility of her, Jaden, becoming pregnant to create the virus, it's not going to happen. If that's happening. I don't know if that information is true or not, mankind, or Jaden. It's just information that I've been shown. It could be just a fear factor tactic to get me to come forward to prevent her pregnancy, so that they can come here and get rid of us with railgun technology, for all I know. So that's my disclaimer, Sagin and Jaden. I'm not saying that you're going to create a hantavirus or mutate it. I'm just saying that there's a possibility that it's possible that could have happened in the past life, or what's more likely is that they're using it to get me to try to save you from having pregnancy, so that they can launch their plan to come here in UFOs and get rid of us. That seems more logical, but I'm covering the story off anyways because, if it's true, it's not going to happen because of, Louis having that particle inside of him with grandma and grandpa inside him. So the take home here is, what is the Alpha and Omega? So you know what the Bible's description of Alpha and Omega is. You know what my description is. She's the Alpha, I'm the Omega. And now, with my soul being the way it is after 10 lives, there's 8 Anthony's from past lives inside of my atom here. So I have 8 atoms. And then inside those 8 atoms is another 8 atoms with all these particles in it. From 8 past lives, 8 past Anthony's. So all of these particles are 8 Anthony's. And then Louis has the 9th particle. And then the 10th particle is just, well, that's just me being born on the 10th life so that we could fit 8 particles inside plus 1 inside of Louis. The take home is the Alpha and Omega. In my soul is great grandmother and a great grandfather who are the Alpha and Omega and who have shocked everyone in this universe using spiritual warfare. There's nobody out there alive. They're all gone. There's no UFOs coming. So sit back and don't do anything that you might regret. That's what the Alpha and Omega means. You now know where they are. They're in my soul, great grandmother, great grandfather, as those particles or spirits. That's what the Alpha and Omega is, and you know who they are now. Stare at me. So what I want to show you here, science, is this is it's an airless basketball, but that's what a neutron looks like. It's what a proton looks like. It's what an electron looks like. So I'll use that as a 3-dimensional example. But here's the drawing I drew. So this is an atom, and that's a quark. So this is a fire electron, earth proton, air neutron, and water neutron. That's an atom. And then this here is, it's a quark, or fire electron, earth proton, air neutron, water neutron. You'll notice that this is positive, that's negative. This is positive, and that's negative. That's negative, and this is positive. And that's positive, and this is negative. It's done that way because I'll go revert back to this down here. When you bind your soul to somebody, you typically marry that same person's race. So let's say you're two fire people are getting married. So you see that fire one there, the negative and positive. So this is a male soul, that's a female soul. So you would exchange soul particles, right? So this one here from the female, or this one here from the female, would be given to the male. And the male would give him that one. So the female would end up with 2 negative particles, and the male 2 positive particles. And in that process, they'd have the female would need a spirit, and the male would need a spirit. So in the case here, this is like well, let's call that the male spirit. So that's the male spirit. Let's just say that that's the female spirit. Okay, and then let's say that's the female spirit and the male spirit. The female spirit and the male spirit. The male spirit and the female spirit. Now, in my diagram, I have the outer ring as being female, which means they have a negative one. So think of this positive fire spirit as being male, that one negative being female. That negative spirit being female air spirit, male air spirit. Female earth spirit, male earth spirit. Male water spirit, female water spirit. Male fire spirit, female fire spirit. So that's why there's a positive and a negative, because you need, in creation, you have spirits. So if you have your souls bound, your spirits would have their souls bound. So these 2 particles would be intertangled, because that's a male spirit, that's a female spirit. That's a female spirit, that's a male spirit. That's a female spirit, that's a male spirit. That's a male spirit, that's a female spirit. So they'd be walking around together down there. That's why there's opposing elemental spirits or elemental particle science. That's what they look like. They look like a honeycomb as well. You notice how it's kind of like a beehive, like right there, a hexagonal shape. That's how they actually look, like a hexagon, like that. It would look like that. Why does it look like that? It has to do with interstellar space or interdimensional space travel. You need to be able to exit the universe and exit into those particles to fly up and down the spinal cord. So if we're in the universe here, the spaceship would fly from the planet. It would use that invisible electromagnetic radiation, which I'll talk about later. And then it would fly into that black hole to that black hole. Then from that black hole, it would fly to the universe's walls here, where the spaceship would pass through the molecules. So it'd go through the molecules of the universe. It would exit that universe there, right? And then it would fly out of the soul particle, out of the universe, and it would exit, say, that fire electron. It would fly out of the fire electron because of the holes in it, and then it would come flying out of that fire electron, where it would enter the spinal cord, and it would travel up and down the spinal cord to whichever universe it wanted to go to, and repeat the process. It would fly into that electron, then fly into that quark there, and then enter the universe's walls, and then fly back down to the black hole, to the star at the bottom of the star, to reach the planet. So that's why there has to be holes in those particles, because we need to fly spaceships through them. So that's why it looks like that, science. So, now, I'm just repeating the process here. So, the fourth fire was given to the people by two prophets. They come as one. So, this was the original thing here where I said, the soul particle looks like that. No, it doesn't. It looks like that. So, there's 1,000 universes already out there. They're in a ring like that, okay? This is our universe. So what happened is, this universe turned evil. So there was 1,000 universes already created. And then this one here decided to turn evil and try to take over all these universes. What you need to know, people, is that there's a universe out there that's ruled by your specific race. Israel, you have a universe out there that has Israeli spirits in control of everything, like a grandmother, grandfather. So the Israeli spirits in one of these universes, think of those spirits that are from Israel as being the black holes here, like that created everything. So there's a universe out there for Israel. There's a universe out there for Middle Eastern people. There's a universe out there that's ruled by black people. Universe out there ruled by Asian people. Universe ruled out there by Native American people. Universe out there ruled by Aborigines, Polynesian, Inuit. You all have your own universes out there. And one day, if you play your cards right and be nice and create the spaceships that we need, you could literally go visit your own universe ruled by your own people. The Native Americans, we're not, how do I put it, high and envious of ourselves. Like, this is something I just discovered recently. In my stories, I talk about Native Americans creating all of these and ruling over basically all of them. But no, it makes more sense that we be fair. And what's fairer than to let spirits actually create their own universe? So the Jewish people, you have a whole universe that is ruled by Jews with Jew spirits that made that everything in the universe. In that Jew universe, there are other civilizations like Africans and Chinese people that know that they're in a Jewish universe ruled by Jewish people. So that's what it looks like there. So that universe is the one we live in. Why it's black is because it's evil. So all of these universes are positive. This is the one we live in. It's evil. So it's being repelled by the positiveness here of these universes, and it's holding it just there like that in space. So we're sitting there in space like that, and it's being held back by the positivity of this universe here. Now, if something were to happen to me, like I was to get nuked or I was to get assassinated with a bullet or a bomb, Grandma and Grandpa would pull these universes together like that. They come together and they touch that universe. That's what it looks like here. So there's the universe there. So they come together and they touch like that. When that happens, everybody would get fried here on planet Earth. You would get shocked because your soul, right here, would get shocked by that electricity. So as that universe comes together, and Grandma and Grandpa are on the outside of the universe, you'd get shocked as they bring that together. So I have to come back up here. Right here. So there's the universe there. So if they got to bring that universe together using the electricity in my soul here, so that's why it's kind of blue there to mimic that. If they got to bring that together like that to resurrect me, the electricity that flows in here to my soul to bring that universe together would kill you. Everybody on planet Earth would die instantly. And the spaceships that are in these 1,000 parallel universes would fly in here and resurrect me and mankind. But I'd wake up pissed off. I'd say, who did that to me? Why did you do that to me? Anyways, you've been charged with treason. You're not coming to paradise with us. So when we wake up, the universe will look like that because evil will be gone forever, you know. So why is it a ring like that? It's designed to look like this. So right now it's just a ring. There's 1,000 universes in that ring. But we wanted to clump them together like that as we build more and more and more universes so that it can look like this. It's a particle. It's a quantum subatomic particle science. It's just like an atom. You think of that big ball as being like an atom of what's that stuff? They make bombs out of plutonium. Plutonium has like 150 particles in it or something. So that's what the universe looks like. So you see the 4 here. So why is there 4 there? Well, this one here and this one here, this one here and this one here are universes where stars are. These are elemental universes. So the elements in these universes here, there's asteroids, comets, fungi spores, and gases. And it's the same with this one. So when you have a set of fraternal twins, this is the male universe, this is the female universe. It's the life force from those fraternal twins that brings in the elements from this universe to create life in this universe. And the female creates life from this universe into that universe. That's why there's 4 universes. So, now, you want to think of that there as, being like, right, where's a good spot here? Maybe this one here. So do you see here how there's 1, 2, 3, 4? So think of that there as being one universe. And we have to clump those all together. So there's already 1,000 in that chain. There's 1,000 universes in that chain. So we got to now fill that chain to make a big ball. I don't know how long that's going to take, but I know that it took million. I think 1.6 million years to create all those universes, maybe even longer. So we're talking another millions of years or billions of years to create a big ball of universes like that. And once that ball of universes is complete, so imagine this ball here being right here in the center of our soul. When that ring gets complete and turned into a big ball like that, there won't be any more universes created. We won't create any more because we'll have completed our ball of universes. So from that point on, when we create a big ball like that, there will never be any more universes created, and all we'll do is we'll sail from universe to universe to universe, visiting other universes, because all those planets in there, they all look different. They don't look the same. They create the spirits create different looking planets. So it's like a tropical vacation where you can go on vacation forever and ever and visit, countless numbers of universes, thousands, maybe tens of thousands of universes, multiverses. So how do you get to those universes? Well, you just tune into the Hertz frequency. Each universe has been given its own Hertz frequency, and because there's a lot of frequencies, like 20,000 frequencies, maybe there's going to be 20,000 universes. So you just tune into one of 20,000 frequencies. So the Hertz frequency test, like 1 to 20,000, if you look that up. So I'm theorizing that there's going to be 20,000 universes that we could all travel to and look, investigate. So to create a universe like that requires the gods and gods of that particular universe to create another universe. And then once that universe comes online, they create that universe can create another universe, and that universe can create another universe, and so on, so on, so on, so on. So It's the people inside each universe that creates another universe. So somewhere out there, the Jews created another universe themselves and brought another universe online. They might have brought for all I know, they might have brought their Palestinian brothers online who own a universe themselves. So there's probably a Palestinian universe out there as well. Probably what's the other one? Iran. What's another one? I can't remember that country. Let's look it up. Pakistan. That's it. So there's probably a Pakistani universe as well out there. So that's what I wanted to show you. So the universe, that's what your soul particle looks like. It does look like right now. It looks like this, like what he's holding in his hand. There's a ring there. So there's a ring of universes. You ever hear about Lord of the Rings? That's about the Lord trying to steal that ring from all creation and fly into there and use his railgun technology to decimate those populations. What he doesn't know is that those guys have they built their own spaceships to defend themselves. If he was to fly in there, he would have got his spaceship blown apart by advanced technology that blows his railguns out of the water. So that's the universe. This is for science. So you now know how that's going to be created. So it takes life to create life. In order to create these other universes to finish that ball, we have to be 100% pure. Mankind has to be pure. We have to be living in a futuristic city, and then eventually we can begin creating life again and creating other universes out there. The take home from this is everyone out there who is a specific race, whether that's the Middle East, whether that's Europe, whether that's China or the Asiatic countries, or whether that's the Polynesian countries or the South Americans or Native Americans, you all have your own universes out there. That's what I want you to remember when it comes time to thinking I'm Satan or thinking I'm something I'm not. Just know that I want you Jewish people to know that you do have your own universe out there, and I'd like you to take a back seat, listen to what I gotta say, swallow it with a grain of sand, cry some tears if you want to, but cry tears of joy, because you may not rule this universe, but there is a one universe or maybe several universes out there who are ruled by Jewish people. That's your universe and your universe alone. That's the promised land, promised in scripture from Revelations. I know it's not in your book, the Tanakh, but when the Christianity talks about the promised land, that's what the promised land is. I'm promising you that there's at least one universe out there, if not more, ruled by the Jewish people and created by the Jewish people. The spirits in that universe are spirits of Jews. So now we'll go over to here. So the fourth fire was given to the people by two prophets. They come as one. So basically what that means is they come as one means that this is has to do with the Abrahamic religion, okay? So because they all come from Abraham and Sarah, it means that they're all going to come as one people. The fourth fire was given to by the people by two prophets. Judaism, Islam, and Christianity all come as one religion to try to fight Anthony because they believe he's Satan. That's what that means. The next one is they told of the coming of the light-skinned race. So again, you just look at that there. It's a representation of Jesus declaring he's the light, because he does declare he's the light. I'm the light. All who follow me shall not walk in darkness, but have the light of life. That's what he says. So through that association of all three of them being from the same mom and dad of Abraham and Sarah, it means they're the light-skinned race who believe in light. Okay? So I'd like you to watch these now and get a little bit more understanding of what that is. And you can watch this one here too to understand what the universe looks like. I don't know if there's anything else up here that you need to watch. Oh, the basketball one. That's for the scientists. You can watch that too. Now, the next line is one of the prophets said, "You will know the future of our people by the face of the light-skinned race." So I want you to watch this here. It's a supervillain origins, Two-Face. Okay, by WatchMojo.com. So one of the prophets says, "You'll know the future of our people by the face of the light-skinned race." So you now know what the light-skinned race is. The face can be of brotherhood or of, death. That's why Two-Face. To understand what's being conveyed here, the face of the people. That's what you need to watch. Now, the next verse is, if they come wearing the face of brotherhood, then there will come a time of wonderful change for generations to come. So I want you to watch these videos now, okay? One is the Hollies. He ain't heavy, he's my brother. Because if they come wearing the face of brotherhood, Anthony ain't heavy, he's my brother, there will come a time of wonderful change for generations to come. That's what it means. So if those three religions look at me as their brother, then, there'll be a wonderful change for generations to come, because we'll research the technology to fly over to those parallel universes and visit all your different universes. It'll be like a big class school trip. We could take the entire planet over in spaceships, and we could go over there as one planet together, 11 billion people, and say, okay, where are we going to go this time? Oh, let's go check out the Jew universe. We're going to go check out the Promised Land. So we go over there, we meet the mom and dad of that universe, and I guarantee you, when you meet the mom and dad, they're going to be Jewish. Well, where to next? Well, let's go check out the African universe. So we go over to the African universe. There'll be an African mom and dad there. We go to Native America. Let's go to Native American one. There'll be a Native American mom and dad there. We go to Inuit universe. Oh, there's Inuit mom and dad. We go to Aborigine. This is Aborigine universe. Aborigine mom and dad. We go to a Polynesia one. Oh, this is a Polynesian mom and dad universe. And then so on. We go to European. Oh, this is where Thor is. This is a Norway universe. Or this is a Viking universe, right? So that's what we can, if we research the technology, that's the wonderful change for generations to come. And that stuff will happen forever and ever and ever. So I want you to watch this, The Last Mimsy, prologue and epilogue by movie and series stuff by C. It's about me being a scientist and trying to save mankind so that we could live in a better society. This is the wonderful change for generations to come. I'm the scientist trying to save us, okay? So I want you to take a break and watch those now. So the next one is they'll bring new knowledge in articles that can be joined with the knowledge of this country. So they will bring new knowledge in articles to be joined with the knowledge of this country. So the knowledge is this here. So the knowledge is well, I'll show you in a minute, but the country is Canada. So if you don't know what Canada is, I want you to watch this now, so you can take a break and watch this next, so you can understand who we as Canada are. So the next is right here. So in this way, two nations will join and will make one mighty nation. So what is they will bring new knowledge in articles. Okay, so I'm the new knowledge. So I'm new knowledge. And the articles this is basically an article, right? Like when you watch this, it's like an article that I've written. Okay, that's the article. And the knowledge is the scientific knowledge that you're learning inside that can be joined with the knowledge of this country, Canada. So because I'm going to be I'm Canadian, these videos are going to begin to go viral in Canada first, and then probably America, and then it'll reach the world. So Anthony will bring new knowledge, scientific knowledge, in articles in these videos that he's making that can be joined with the knowledge of this country, Canada. That's all that means. The next verse is in this way, two nations will join and will make one mighty nation. So Canada first, followed by America. So I want you to watch this now because it's President Trump on making Canada a 51st state. That ain't happening. You need to know that when we rise to power, I'm going to put possibly a female political person into power as Trump, and we're going to rule America as Native Americans because that's our country. Canada's our country. I could put my first cousin Randy as president, which I probably think I'll do, Randy. I'd like you to be the president of the United States, and then we'll get somebody else, maybe maybe Conrad could be the president or the president of Canada, and you two can rule Canada and America together. So Conrad is the chief here already. Maybe I could do Randy Root. Maybe we could do Lester, whoever you're comfortable working with, or maybe we could do. You could be president here, or maybe we could do one of the chiefs from Nawash is one of the chiefs of Canada. That's my vision. That's what's going to happen, and there ain't no stopping it because once science proves we're the creators, that's what's going to happen. We're going to instill females around the world using the People's Republic of Canada and put females into power. We do that by a worldwide referendum. Once we prove we're the creators, there's going to be a worldwide referendum where you put all the people that you want for female leaders, like female presidents, female governors, for every level of government, municipal, state, and federal, are going to be ruled by females. That means you're going to have female mayors, female councilors, female senators, female presidents and prime ministers everywhere on planet Earth. And in one day, after Randy and the other chief from Nawash, our president and prime minister of Canada, and then they create the laws that we need to follow and the referendum to put everyone into power, and everyone selects their female leadership, there'll be a worldwide referendum. When that worldwide referendum happens, people go into the balloting stations and put their new leadership in. You're going to see a shift in political power. Females will run the planet, with the exception of 3 countries. Kim Jong-un is going to be able to rule his country because I need him he's my god of war. Anybody cause trouble with me, Kim Jong-un is my god of war. That's why he's able to stay in his country. But Canada and America will be ruled by Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. So there'll be 3 male presidents, with the rest of the world ruled by females. So when that happens, Canada's not going to become the 51st state. And this way, 2 nations, Canada and America, will make one mighty nation called Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. This is Native American land. It's not ruled by anybody else but Native American. Not to mention, the entire planet is mine. Everything in creation is mine. So, you'll forgive me if, I'm not going to, bow down and be the 51st state. No. You better watch out on that world referendum. If you don't know what a referendum is, you need to look it up because it'll help you understand what's going to happen here. So, maybe I'll go over here. So a referendum is different than voting, okay? So referendum. So, a referendum, plebiscite or ballot measure, is a direct vote by the electorate on a proposal, law, or political issue. A referendum may be either binding, resulting in the adoption of a new policy, or consultative, functioning like a large opinion poll. So when I'm talking about a worldwide referendum, I'm talking about putting the People's Republic of Canada in all-female political campaign system so that the females run this planet and not the males anymore. And all you got to do is, every country jump on board and say, okay, we're going to do that referendum because, you as the people are the ones that tell the governments, we're doing that referendum. There ain't no ifs, ands, and buts about it. We like what Anthony has to say. We don't want to jump through all the red tape. We're going to do a worldwide referendum, and this is the date it's going to happen. You pick your leaders. You put them in the referendum. So there may be some people out there, who you think would be a good fit. You put them in. If they agree with it, they become your prime minister, your president, and then you pick all the people that you want sitting in political office, and you do it diplomatically, you just put your name in, you see what people think, and then they choose you who you want. Then once you have everybody that you want, and the entire world has all their females in place that they want, then we do the worldwide referendum. And we changed the landscape of the political system in one day. And when we have that, the lawyers that I have here, we developed the new laws of spirituality. They're real basic laws. They're only 8 laws. They're called the eight grandmother laws. Or the, I have them down somewhere, but I'll talk about them later. But they're just basically easy laws to follow. But we're going to get rid of pornography. We'll get rid of drugs and alcohol. We'll get rid of tobacco. We'll get rid of weapons. You won't be able to go buy guns. You won't be able to go buy a knife, or a bow and arrow, because you can't kill animals. You can't shoot animals. It's against my law. So there's no need having guns and bows anymore. So we get rid of all that stuff. You can't eat fast food. So we got to we have a law to get rid of pizza, hamburgers, French fries, and favor more healthy food. We passed a law so you can't have junk food anymore. You can't go buy a bag of pop and chips anymore at the corner store because that's illegal. So we have to have laws to outlaw that. We have to have laws to get rid of gasoline. We're getting rid of gasoline. All the gas stations will be shut down because once the scientists can research the technology, Elon Musk is going to be the sole proprietor of Tesla, owned by all the people of planet Earth through the People's Corporation of Earth, which is a corporation that we're going to start so that we can buy back all the corporations on planet Earth using your tax dollars plus corporation dollars to buy back corporations such as by Elon Musk's Tesla, or Elon Musk had donated. And where we're going, money is going to be gone in a couple decades, or if not sooner, so that we can create perpetual motion machines with batteries, but better technology from batteries. Research from, technology that's a couple 100,000 years ahead of us. So when we have those perpetual motion machines from Tesla, that car is not going to ever need gas. So gas is on its way out. So we need an exit strategy to get out of gas. So all of that can be done through a referendum, and it's going to be done through a referendum. So that's how we change the political landscape. And I realized that that's in the Antichrist. Like, he's supposed to rise up and take over the planet's governments and take over the planet's corporations. Well, that's just evil. They know that I'm going to do that, so they have to come up with some sort of story to back that up. So that's what the Antichrist is about. So I want you to watch "We Could Be Heroes" by David Bowie, because watch this now, because it's about the world, all of you being heroes, just for one day by voting in a worldwide referendum to put all females into political power so that they can create the People's Republic of Canada and the People's Corporation of Canada to buy every corporation on planet Earth so that we can create a better society for ourselves, devoid of the 7 deadly sins or 8 deadly sins, while building a stairway to heaven, such as, building perpetual motion machines with better technology so we can get rid of gas. We have to get rid of plastic. Everything that's plastic has to be gone. Your phones are made of plastic. They have to be gone. Your laptops are made of plastic. They have to be gone. Your food is put in plastic. That has to be gone. That shit's poisoning you. It's killing you. So, you could be a hero by doing the worldwide referendum so that the People's Republic of Canada, all-female government system, worldwide system, can create the laws to get rid of plastics. Everything has to be put in glass containers. You can't go to the grocery store and buy, stuff in a tin because they line the tin with plastic. So everything has to be put in glass containers, and that takes time, effort, and political transformation. So that's what needs to happen. So you'll be going to the grocery store, buy only your stuff in plastic containers, or it has to be put in a paper bag. When you go to the butcher shop, you can't have the styrofoam container with the plastic on top because the styrofoam is poisoning the meat. The plastic wrap on top is poisoning the meat. So you have to get rid of all of that. Like you have to you'd go there instead of buying it off the shelf. There'd probably be a butcher there, so you'd go see the butcher, and he'd give you the meat. And he'd wrap it in wax paper, because that's safe, because the wax inside, that's natural. It's like comes from, paraffin or beeswax. So the wax paper, he'd wrap your meat in paper and you could take it home. That's the safer way to eat meat. So that takes a lot of transformation, something that only we can do together collectively. So that's just one example. I mean, I'm talking about water filters. Like when you're drinking water from plastic pipes, all that shit has to be changed. But the amount of construction it takes to get rid of the plastic pipes and put in metal pipes is too big. It takes too long. So we have to come up with something else, such as better filter technology that everyone can install in their house, that they put on their either on their tap or on wherever that pipe comes in, so that when you drink the water, you're drinking it from a source that takes out all the microplastics, because you don't want microplastics inside of your body. You can't have them. It's like having death inside your body. So that has to be done worldwide. So these changes require heroes. So that's what Heroes is about. A worldwide referendum where you could be heroes for one day by putting females in the power to implement the changes that I just talked about. So I want you to listen to that now. So, So, heroes, we could be heroes. You now know in this way two nations will join and make one mighty nation. So, the two nations is Canada and America. Well, here we'll put a chief from Nawash, and then Randall will be the chief of America, and then together those two chiefs will work with all the females plus Kim Jong-un to transform the world. So, his idea to make us a 51st state is on its way out. So, next I'd like you to listen to You're So Vain by my former first selection for buzzer, Ms. Olivia Rodrigo. Because, I'm not going to say anything more than that. But you know what I mean, right? You should. So, anyhow, the new nation will be joined by two or more, so that four will form the mightiest nation of all. Okay? So, this is the Saugeen, the traditional territories of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, okay? So, this is Nawash and this is Saugeen. We're two sister communities, and together we're the Saugeen Ojibwe Nations. So, these are the two communities here, okay? So, the new nation will be joined by two or more. So, 1, 2, all right? So, that 4 will form by the mightiest nation of all. So, we're a nation within a nation, so we've never surrendered our rights. So this big chunk of land here, that's what we're fighting for. This is what I'm doing this, lawyers. This is what I'm doing this, Canada. That's what I'm doing in Ontario. I'm doing it, Saugeen, so that we can win all this, the money that we're owed and all this land that we're owed for this here. This used to be our traditional territories where we used to rule over for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, until these guys here put us on these little red pieces of land. So, when the science, comes forward and says, what he talks about there, the parallel universes and how it looks, the soul particle, and they prove that that's all right. That's what more than our land claims scores. When they reviewed the 10 particles and they proved to the judge and to Canada and to Ontario that those particles exist and that I'm right, they're wrong, we'll win our $90 billion. When we get the $90 billion, I'm going to use that money to create the People's Republic of Canada, all-female political campaign referendum system, and the People's Corporation of Canada, which is a corporation developed by these two nations in your name, mankind, to buy back all the corporations of planet Earth. $45 billion really can't buy us anything. We might be able to buy we might be able to buy a Burger King or maybe a Popeye's chicken franchise, but that's about it, man. It's more a personal act, to showcase that we're all in on this, with our money, So we spend the majority of our $90 billion on creating these two new companies to get us where we need to go. So that's what that means. The new nation, or Canada and Ontario, or Canada and America, will be joined by two or more. So the new nation, this is the new nation, Canada and America. You're still going to be Canada and America. We're not going to change that. That's the nation. We'll be joined by Nawash and Chippewas of Saugeen. And together, the four of us, Nawash, Saugeen, America, and Canada, will form the mightiest nation of all, Turtle Island. ruled by Native Americans. That's all that means, the prophecy. Next is, you will know the face of brotherhood if the light skinned race comes carrying no weapons. Okay, so this is where it gets a little touchy. Now, I'm telling you, I'm trying to prevent World War III or Armageddon. So I respect that you respect me out there and not cry around about me talking about theology in this manner. Or you could prevent, you could cause a catastrophe if you start crying around and say, I don't like the way that guy's talking about me on Facebook. Or I don't like the way that guy's talking about me on YouTube. Shut him down, shut him down, shut him down. You shut me down, then you're going to start this war. And guess what happens then? If I die, everybody dies on planet Earth because of what I just showed you and how Grandma and Grandpa is the Alpha and Omega will shock everyone's souls to death to come save me and resurrect me. And that's something you don't want happening. So please, keep your mouth shut when it comes to me talking about theology in this manner which I'm about to talk about it. So you'll know the face of brotherhood if the light skinned race comes carrying no weapon. So to understand that, you need to watch this here, the Walls of Jericho. So this is Saddleback Kids. So I want you to watch this now. And when you're done watching this one, I want you to watch this one here. RIPD, Proctor explains how bad the situation is to Roy and Nick. They talk about the staff of Jericho in here. So the staff of Jericho is referring to the staff of Jericho here. Who's the staff of Jericho? The staff is like some people who run a business. Who runs a business? Who runs their business? These guys do. If you don't know what a rabbi is, I want you to watch this video here to understand what a rabbi is. Next, I want you to watch this here. How to build a simple cross. Okay? So go watch those and then come back. Now, to understand what's being conveyed here, you need to know what a rabbit is. Okay? A rabbit is a simple terminology for rabbi cross. That's what you're looking at here, rabbit. But you wouldn't know that until you look at it here, rabbit. So, rabbi, cross, Anthony is what you're looking at. That's what the staff of Jericho means. The staff or the rabbis are going to try to put a cross on me because they assume I'm Satan because of all the teachings that have been taught to them over these millennia. So to understand that, you need to watch Watership Down. Watership Down is about rabbits. All the world will be your enemy. So everybody's going to be my enemy. Not the whole world, maybe half the world. But, it's a representation of me being hunted down and slayed. However, you're going to notice that they say there will be a meeting of all the animals to hunt down and slay the rabbits. That means that there's going to be a war, a religious war, or World War III, because people believe I'm Satan, and that people believe I'm not Satan. And it's those people that believe I'm Satan that want to start a war that's going to be, have Buddhism, Hinduism. So we're talking India, we're talking China, we're talking Canada, America, South America, Europe, Russia, all these countries that believe in me, siding with me, and then the other ones siding with themselves. Basically, it's like a war in the Middle East against the rest of the world, is what you're looking at. So I'm trying to prevent that by showing you this information. I don't want a war. I don't want mankind to wage war. If you heard me in the previous videos, I'm like, I don't want a war. I want to do this diplomatically, where we talk things out like normal people. If you're in a bar and some guy bumps into you like that and says, you say, excuse me, and then he turns around and shoves you to the ground, you have two options. One, you can get up and say, I'm sorry I got in your way. Or two, you can say, bam, you punch him in the face and see how it ends for you. What I'm telling you to do is not punch me in the face, but rather say, I'm sorry. Don't start a fight where you don't need to start a fight, in other words. Otherwise, you're going to be the rabbit here. All the world will be your enemy. And when they catch you, they will eliminate you, is what he says here. So, what I'm telling you, Israel, is please, don't do anything rash or irrational, I should say. Or otherwise, the world's going to be your enemy. You could cause a war that you don't want to start. That's what that's about, causing a war with the rabbits and the whole entire world hunting the rabbits down. And I don't want the world hunting the rabbits down. I want this to be done politically and peacefully. You countries out there that, I want you to try to put yourself in their shoes and understand how it feels for them to have their entire existence ripped away from them and how upsetting that is. And to stand beside them and say, yeah, you know what, we get you, we understand how you feel. But didn't you hear what he said? There's another universe created by the Jews and ruled by the Jews out there. Don't you want to go see that? Because I want to go see that. Didn't you hear? He said we could all go there as a class and take all their UFOs there as the entire planet to go visit your promised land. So I'd rather have you guys speak like that to them as opposed to, threatening to do this and do that to them, because that's how we can evade a war, or we can evade Armageddon that way, by doing it diplomatically. So this is about them guys trying to hunt me down and get rid of me. But it's also about mankind siding with me to hunt them down and get rid of them so they can't get rid of me. It's about a war that we're trying to evade here, in other words. Now, this here is where it gets serious. So I want you to watch Jericho next. Watch this. This is why Jericho is a cult classic worth watching. Later talk. Basically, what happens here is there's a fictional town in Kansas called Jericho, and there's 23 nukes launched upon the United States. So Jericho, staff of Jericho, and Jericho is the connection. If you catch my drift. If you don't, maybe this will help. So, okay, go watch those and then come back. Now we got this here. So we got Independence Day. Okay? So this one here is, we must launch a counteroffensive with a full nuclear strike over American soil. If we don't strike soon, there may not be much America left. He says, we must launch first with a counteroffensive, a full nuclear strike. And then you can hear the president say, over American soil. And then he says, if we don't strike soon, there may not be much of America left to defend. So, it's not about aliens. Launching a full nuclear strike over America. It's about Jericho. And here's your proof. You need to watch Iron Man, Jericho missile test. See, his name is Tony Stark. Or Anthony Stark. Anthony Stark is going to have missiles tossed at him by Jericho. That's what you're looking at here. And I'm trying to avoid that. Because people who are so innately ingrained in what they believe in could make a mistake because they shoot first and don't ask questions later. So that's why it's imperative that I'm telling you, if you believe I'm Satan, I'm telling you that Satan doesn't want to fight. Satan wants to sit down and have a political discussion with you on the open, wide, worldwide stage. You bring all your rabbis to the stage, and we sit down. You ask me any questions you like about anything you may have heard. I'll answer them openly and honestly and try to end this diplomatically on the worldwide stage. Because that's what diplomacy is about. It's not about dropping a nuke on somebody because you believe in your heart and in your mind that they are Satan. Because that's how wars start. And mistakes happen. So go watch that now. And then go watch that, because what that means is that there's certain factions are going to drop a nuke on Anthony Kagi because they think I'm something I'm not. Go watch them both now. So, this is a map that I drew that's in my book. We must launch a counteroffensive with a full nuclear strike over North American soil. What it looks like here is what you're looking at. So this is the Great Lakes. So there's Lake Superior. There's Lake Michigan over here. This is Lake Huron. This is Lake Ontario. That's Lake Erie. And then out here's the St. Lawrence Seaway. Down here, this is the eastern coast of North America. So there's Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington. We got Montreal there, Ottawa, Sudbury. We got Saugeen right there. We got Toronto, Buffalo, Cleveland, Toledo, Detroit, Chicago, St. Louis, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh. So what you don't know is that right here in Saugeen, this is where the world's largest nuclear operating plant is, the Bruce Power. And they have 40 years of stored nuclear fuel there. 40 years. I think it might be 50 years of stored nuclear fuel they have there. So there's 50 years of nuclear spent rods over there. And if there's a nuclear bomb dropped on that nuclear operating station, I want you to think of the largest nuclear bomb in ever dropped. I think it's Russia. And amplify that bomb by, I don't know, 10 times. Because of 50 years of nuclear fuel rods spent at the Bruce Nuclear Power Development Operation. This is the Tsar bomb. So I want you to watch this. This one here. This is because this will pale in comparison. If a bomb gets dropped here in Bruce County on the nuclear power development operation station, Bruce Power, this one's a bit quicker. You might be able to watch that one there. So watch the Tsar bomb, because that's the biggest bomb ever. So I want you to amplify this bomb by 10 times. Because of 50 years of nuclear spent rods sitting at that nuclear operating station. Not only that, but there's spent rods from all of Ontario there. We basically have all of Ontario's nuclear operating station spent rods sitting over here at the operating station. So a bomb this size, amplify it by 10 times. Because once that bomb hits there and it hits those spent nuclear fuel rods, it starts a chain reaction from those nuclear fuel rods to make that bomb 10 times bigger than what it is. That's what you're looking at. The Tsar. How I know it's going to be bigger than that is because S-T-A-R. S-T-A-R is star. That's S-T-E-R-R-E. Stare, okay? Stare, that's her name. That's just another clue, Stare, that you're the mother. So, but the clue is that this war over me and Stare, or the Tsar, is going to create a bomb bigger than that, Tsar, because of all the spent fuel over at the Bruce Power nuclear operating plant. And that's something that doesn't need to happen when I want to talk things out diplomatically. Go watch that video now. So, that's why the blast yield is so big. You know, there's this area here, there's this area here. So there's this here. So there's a blast area like that. Everything probably within this square here would be vaporized instantly. This red area, everything would be gone. If you lived in Pittsburgh, you would be vaporized. Gone. If you live in that yellow zone, I guarantee you, you'd be dead in probably a couple hours, from the radiation. If you live out here by Washington, well, then you'd be dead in probably a couple days from the radiation poisoning. And then everywhere else outside of that would be dead in a couple weeks. That's how big that bomb would be. So there's going to be 100 million casualties if this is allowed to happen. And how I know that is because of A Million Reasons by Lady Gaga. So I've got 100 million reasons to walk away. The reasons is, you just need to know that the largest nuclear operating plant there, housing all that nuclear spent fuel rods, can amplify a nuclear explosion 10 times, 100 times what it is, and decimate 100 million people within this fallout region here. 100 million casualties is what's going to happen, all because somebody wants to drop one bomb to get rid of me because they think I'm Satan, man. And is that really worth it? Getting rid of 100 million people so you can get rid of one man? You need to think more clearly about that. Especially when that man says he wants to talk things out diplomatically and have a debate on worldwide stage and try to come to a peaceful resolution. And if you disobey that and shoot first and ask questions later, it's a choice that down a path that you may not necessarily want to walk down. Because I'll wake up pissed off after I rewind time. So, I got 100 million reasons to walk away. It means, I'm not going to let you do that. I'm walking away, from that nonsense by trying to do this diplomatically and get you to come to the debate table and answer any questions you may have and try to develop a working relationship. I'm human, man. I'm not an android, and I'm not Satan. I'm not some demon or a possessed man or anything like that. So I got 100 million reasons to walk away. That's what it means. And you now know what the song is about. So I'd like you to listen to that song now. Because it's about, what I just showed you. So, this is the next part here. So, this is Ezekiel 39, 9 to 10. Then those who dwell in the cities of Israel will go out and set on fire and burn the weapons, both the shields and bucklers, the bows and arrows, the javelins and spears, and they will make fires with them for 7 years. They will not take wood from the field, nor cut down any from the forest, because they will make fires with the weapons. Okay, so Native Americans, so we used to have shields and we used to have bucklers. We had bows and we had bows and arrows. We had javelins and we had spears. So that just means Native Americans. Okay? They'll make fire with them for 7 years. What is the 7 years about? It can mean many things. That's scripture. So, let's just look at it this way. So, then those who dwell in the cities of Israel, okay, over here, which is right there, will go out, okay, and set on fire. There's that's the Bruce Power operating station. And burn the weapons, okay, burn the weapons. You would think that means like gathering all the shields, the bucklers, the bows, the arrows, the javelins, and creating a big pile, creating a fire with them. All right, let's just have a weapon burning, like a book burning. Let's have a weapon burning. No, it doesn't mean that. The weapons is your mother and father right here, which in this case is Esther and Anthony. Water, fire, earth, air. We're the weapons that are going to get burned if a nuke gets dropped on us, and that's what you're looking at. That's the really easy to explain thing. Then those who dwell in the cities of Israel, right here, will go out like that. You see that there? And burn the weapons, Anthony and Esther. Okay, that's a really easy, simple thing to understand. They'll make fires with them for 7 years. Okay, so 7 years. What do we got for 7 years? I should have added more into that, but I didn't. But let's go look at seven years in the Bible. There's got to be something in the Bible with 7 years that I can relate it to. End times. So the 7 year period most commonly refers to the end times. So they believe that we're in the end times. Okay, so at the end of 7 years, you shall grant the release, and this is the manner of release. Every creditor shall release. 7 years. So think of it as like end times. Okay, a 7 year war. So they believe that they're supposed to wage a spiritual war for 7 years. Okay, that's one meaning. How about we go? This is more. Right to the point. Okay, so this is a song by Lucas Graham. Once I was 7 years old, my mama told me, "Go make yourself some friends, or you'll be lonely." So I'm trying to make myself some friends with Israel, Christianity, and Islam because I don't want to be lonely. That's why I know this is Armageddon. These are the times that everyone's been waiting for, right? These are the times you've been waiting for. But it's not going down the way you expected. So hang on. I'm going to do something here for you. Lauren Daigle. Lauren Daigle does that beautiful song. I forget what it's called. But this is the one I want you to listen to now. Take a break and listen to this. These Are the Days by Lauren Daigle, because these are the days that you've waited for. The second coming of Jesus, the second coming of a Messiah. Only it's not going down the way you expect. You got a Native American claiming to be your dad who wants to put a white Caucasian mother into power. So it's a completely different story than what you're used to. But nevertheless, these are the days. We're in the end of days. And if people, act inappropriately, we could be in a worldwide war, which I'm trying to avoid by talking diplomatically on this YouTube channel to avoid that war before it starts or even starts, by getting people to think logically about their next steps. Like, okay, if he's Satan, the way he talks about wanting to do things diplomatically is not in our text. What do we do? Do we wait for our dad to come save us and take Satan away? Or do we deal with it ourselves and get rid of him ourselves and then wait for our dad to come rescue us? That's what I'm trying to instill in you. Like, Satan wants to come to the table and talk to you. In other words, and I want you to sit down with me. That's all I'm saying. Don't shoot first, then ask questions later, because that's a path of, that you don't want to go down. So these are the days that you've been waiting for. So listen to this now. How you deal with that is, up to you. I'm trying to make friends with you. So now we flip the script around. Once I was 7 years old, my mama, Stare, told me, "Go make yourself some friends, Israel. Go make yourself some friends, Islam. Go make yourself some friends, Christianity, or you'll be lonely. If you don't make friends with me and Stare as your new mom and dad and the rest of mankind, you'll be lonely." So once I was 11 years old, I told you I got 11 particles inside of me. I can't be destroyed. Otherwise, those 1,000 universes out there will come together, shock this universe. Everyone will drop dead. I'll have spaceships here resurrect me. And then, whoever got rid of me, I just won't resurrect you. And then I'll move on. So once I was 11 years old, because I have 11 particles inside, my daddy told me, "Anthony, go get yourself a wife. Her name is Stare Mare." Or you'll be lonely, right? That's what that means, Stare. So I don't want to overcomplicate things, but how about we just say the 7 years, waging war for 7 years, is because I'm trying to put a mother into power. Okay, I'm trying to find myself a wife, and I'm trying to put a mother into power. So mama plus wife. That's why the war. That's why they want to wage war for 7 years. You just look at it from a different perspective. We'll go out and wage war because Anthony wants to put Stare, a Caucasian from Netherlands, as the new mother creator. My wife, 7 years, mama. Wife, mother, 7 years. So when we go back and we look at it, right, then you can look at it with a refreshed mind when you add that clue into the mix. So what's the war over? Well, if you go back and you watch my other videos, I talk about Alma as being one of my choices for Mother Creator. So, you know, it could be that they get upset that I don't choose Alma and I'm choosing Stare instead. Well, Alma's different. Like, she's only 13, 14 years old. I don't want to wait 8 years to date her. You know, it's not personal, but you know that entire family from Gal Gadot, you're gonna be married to royalty over here. Alma's destined to marry somebody over here. All four of those girls from Gal Gadot's family are gonna marry creators from over here, right? So that you have ties to the creators from this side of the family over here. So it can be from that perspective. Like, they could be upset that I'm marrying I'm marrying Stare and not Alma as part of the Miss Universe contest, because she was part of that contest. So they'll make fires with them for 7 years. Meaning, how come you didn't select Alma? You said Alma was in the running for Miss Universe, and now all of a sudden she's not even in there. Now you're looking at Olivia Rodrigo, Kate McRae, Princess Charlotte, and Stare. Where is our girl? How come our girl isn't on there? You know, it can come from that perspective. And that could be why. And all I'm saying is, you know, that's because Stare's ready to date in December at 22. Plus, she's, you know, not famous and stuff. So it's nothing personal, Israel. It's just, that's the way I'm leaning towards. It's a personal choice. It's my choice and my choice alone. If you can't deal with that, it doesn't mean that you have to get upset and start a war just because I don't choose to get with Alma as my wife. You know, so you guys will understand that if you go back and read some of my videos about where I introduced Alma as one of my selections for Miss Universe. It could be that, you know, or it could simply be that, you know, Stare's a mother or whatever. But I don't know, I'm just giving you other options to what it means. So we now know that there's a 7 year tribulation, like a war that they must fight, and then maybe they're mad about me not instilling Maya, or not Maya, Alma. So they will not take wood from the field. So what is the wood? They will not take wood from the field. So taking wood from the field is like I'm a male. So wood is a representation of my lower horn, because it can get hard like wood. So it means they will not take knowledge from the field or from Anthony, nor cut down any from the forests. So the forest is a representation of, you know, like I have a nickname, is the tree. Okay, so my cousin Adam Basido, he's 6'4", 6'5", I believe, and I'm 6'7". So we're like a couple tall trees. So his grandmother, Dorothy Basido, she always used to call us the trees. So we'd always hang out with one another. So we'd all be walking down the road together, and then we'd walk into his place where he stayed with his grandma, Dorothy Basido, and she'd see us in the kitchen window. She's doing her dishes, and she'd come walking out the side door, look at us, say, "Oh, the trees are here!" And she'd welcome us in. We'd go in, and we'd sit down, and we'd drink with her, because she was like drinking. So we'd pull out our whiskey and we'd drink a bottle with her, and we'd get drunk together, the trees and his grandma, Dorothy. So I have that name, the tree, along with my cousin Adam, who has the name the tree. So because I have that name, the tree, it means they will not take wood from the field nor cut down any from the forests. Okay, so if they're not going to cut down any wood from the forest, it means that, you know, when you cut down a tree and you use that tree to make paper, and then you turn it into a book, it means that they're not going to take knowledge from me, who's like a tree in the forest, because they'll make fire with the weapons. Okay, so if they're not going to listen to my story by reading my book or coming to my channel to understand the true story of creation because of stubborn love or whatever have you, that's where they can make a mistake. And it's up to you, the viewer, to make sure that you get every one of your Jewish friends to watch these videos and stand beside them and say, "Hey, man, I understand where you're coming from, but, you know, please don't harm this guy. You know, talk to your elders, whatever, whoever it may be. Please don't harm him, because he's trying to do things in a peaceful, diplomatic way. He's trying to avoid World War III in the Bible. And I don't think that's, you know, It's not a bad thing. It's a cool thing that he doesn't want a war or anything. So that's what that means. They'll not take any knowledge from me. They went for my book, Force in the Way, because they will make far for the weapons. So Ezekiel 39:91. Again, so then those who don't see the Israel will go out and set on fire and burn the weapons. That's a visual interpretation of what you're looking at, mankind. Burn the weapons, Anthony, and stare. Why are we the weapons? Well, me, if I die, everybody dies on planet Earth because you're all sinners. The grandma and grandpa, or because I'm Alpha and Omega, these particles here in my soul, they'll flow electricity into the universe. And when it hits this universe here, that universe is going to clink. It's going to come together like that. Right here. So right now, this is the universe we live in. The reason why we're safe and not shocked to death is because these universes aren't touching. If those universes are allowed to come together and go clink and touch together like that, everybody on Earth is going to die and get shocked. Your souls will get shocked with electricity and you will die. And in the process, when those are like that, they'll fly spaceships in here into this universe and they'll come over here and resurrect me and mankind. And that's something you don't want happening, because if that happens, I'll wake up pissed off. And people will not be joining me in paradise for not listening to me about doing this diplomatically. So please don't burn the weapons. Grandma and Grandpa is the ones that are the weapons, man. If you burn me, you're burning yourself. So I want you to watch this now. Okay? This is 7 years to burn the weapons. Ezekiel 39. Lunchtime prayer for Israel. So it's basically the lady's talking about this weapon. You now know what it is. It's a nuke. So this is the song that I'd like you to watch after that as well. So Buffalo Springfield, for what it's worth, look for the Vietnam War one. Cobra 112 Productions. Go watch those now, because they'll help you understand. Like, you now know what the weapon is. I think I've proven that with a little shadow of doubt. And then over here, it's like, for what it's worth, I'm trying to prevent the man over there with the gun from, doing something that they might regret, or, by shooting first and asking questions later, If this is God's war, then he's supposed to come here and fight me. Let him come here and fight me, because I want to fight him on the stage diplomatically. I don't want to pick up a gun and shoot the guy, and I don't want to pick up my fist and hit the guy. I want to pick up a mic, sit on a stage, have my scientists beside me, and talk to this guy face to face who's supposedly God, Yahweh, or Allah, and have a political debate the way it should go down. I don't know how you guys perceive it to go down. You expect him to come here riding on some horse with wings on it and shooting lightning bolts out of his fingers and, lasers out of his eyes or something? Because that ain't real, man. That's supernatural. So when the perceived threat or Satan is saying he wants to have a diplomatic talk with God, then he should be allowed to have that diplomatic talk with God and not have some children of God nuke him for what they perceive to be a threat and protecting mankind. Please don't do that. So while you're waiting for your daddy to come, have this political debate with me, I'd like to talk to you diplomatically on the worldwide stage and talk to you and answer any questions you may have about me or who I am or what I know, etc., etc. So, you will know the place of brotherhood if the light-skinned race comes carrying no weapons. It's the same line, but now we're dealing with Islam, okay? So, I'd like you to watch these two videos here now. WTC 911 first plane hit the North Tower, or this one, 911. This is a good one here. But you got to type in the whole thing. Okay, you got to type in 9-1 first impact, 8:46 a.m., and then it should come up. Okay? We all know what happened there, right? What you don't know is that the significance of 9/11 is connected to this number base here. Okay, so over here is Creator Superior 911 numeral system, and this is mankind's inferior numeral system. Our system is based on 911. So, okay, so I'm going to do ours first because you're so used to seeing ours. So over here, so we're used to counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, right? Then it carries out 21, 22, 23, 34, 25, 6, 7, 8, 29, 30. And then it down, 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 down until you get to 100 down here, right? You see that? You're used to counting that way. Okay? The creators don't count that way. The way we count is this way. So we start here. We go, and we start with a 0, 0, not a 1. We start 0, 0. Then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then we drop back down over here. And we go 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. We drop back down 20. 21, 22, 23, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. We come back down. 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. We come back down. 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. Back down. 50. So I'm going to switch to the side now. 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59. Drop back down. 60. 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69. Come back down. 70. 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 78, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. So we don't end on 100. We end on 99 because we start down here with 0, 0. And that makes all the world of difference. So there's a pattern to these. And I'm about to show you that pattern. So you see up here, the one here. So if you start here, like that. So I'm going to use the corner here. You see the corner? It's on 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's go try that on yours. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. You see how there's a little difference there? So it starts 1, 1, 1, 1, and then ends 9, 0. So 1, 1, okay? 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now we go back over to here. We got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a pattern. That's an undeniable pattern in science, in mankind. Yours is not the same, okay? It's different. So we got this here. So now we go this way. So we can go 0, 11, 22, 33, 44, 55, 66, 77, 88, 99. So that's by 11s. So okay, so we go over here. So now we got 100, 89, 78, 67, 56, 45, 34, 23, 12, 1. That's not uniform. It's not by 11s. This is why it's called the 911 system. I'm about to show you in a minute here. So we'll go 9, okay, 18, 27. That's 9. So you can count by 9s down this way. These are all 9s. 9, 18, 27, 36, 45, 54, 63, 72, 81, and 90. Those are all by 9s. And then we count by 11s this way. 0, 11, 22, 33, 44, 55, 66, 77, 88, 99. That's why this system is more superior. It's done by 911. Okay? Yours, you can't count by that way. So you got 10, and then you got 19. Yeah, that's a 9. And then you got 19 plus 28. Yeah, that's a 9. But that's not a true 9 base number, is it? We all know that 3 times 9 is 27. 3 times 9 is not 28, is it? So all these numbers are off by 1. There's 37 when it should be 36. There's 46 when it should be 45. There's 55 when it should be 54. 64 should be 63. 73 should be 72. 82 should be 81. And then this should be 90. So that's the difference. And this way, it doesn't even go up that way. It's all backwards. So that's 911. Now I want to show you another pattern here. This one here. So You see how I'm going to start here with 0, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, there's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's on the 5 base. So let's go over here and do it because I have it marked out here. So we got 5, then 5, then 6, 7, 8, 9. Then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. 5 and 5. That's what I want you to pay attention to. So over here, it's not like that. It's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yours is not like that. It's 5, 5. That's the difference. It's off the track right there. So we could take any one of these lines here and do the same thing. So we can go, this is 8 here. So it's 8 plus 9 is 17. And not as 9 plus 17 is 26. 26 plus 9 is 35. 9 plus 35 is 44. 9 plus 44 is 53. So you can count by nines in this manner here, like that, diagonally, all the way across here, like here. 5 plus 9 is 14. 9 plus 14 is 23. 9 plus 23 is 32. And so on. You can go here. 1 plus 9 is 10. Right? 2 plus 9 is 11. And 11 plus 9 is 20. You could do it up here. We'll go here. So 29 plus 9 is 38. 38 plus 9 is 47. 47 plus 9 is 56. 56 plus 9 is 65. You go here. 69 plus 9 is 78. And 9 plus 78 is 87. So you can count by nines diagonally all the way across there. Nice and neat. You can't do that on yours because of how messed up your system is. So you can do by 11s here as well. If you go 8 plus 11 is 19. 7 plus 11 is 18. 18 plus 11 is 29. We could go here. 6 plus 17, or 6 plus 11 is 17. 17 plus 11 is 28. 28 plus 11 is 39. You can come down here. 30 plus 11 is 41. 41 plus 11 is 52. 52 plus 11 is 63. 63 plus 11 is 74. 74 plus 11 is 85. And 85 plus 11 is 96. You can go down here. 70 plus 11 is 81. 81 plus 11 is 92. So you can go diagonally this way, all the way across the board by 11s, or diagonally this way, all the way back and forth by 9s. That's the 911 system. But there's more to it. You can go this way. So you go 8, 9, and 89. Or you could go, if we go this way here, so 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We'll go this one here. We'll go to 2s. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You could do it this way. Okay, we're going to go this way. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 7. Then we come back down. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. We're going to go over here. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it comes back. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. You could do the same pattern this way, right? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's so many patterns on here. So our 10s down here, for example, our 10s are on the baseline. So 0, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Your 10s is down the sides here, right? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. So this number, why they do it this way is because adding this 0, 0 and 99, and all our systems are based on, this system is used for numerals. It's used for our computer technology, so everything is in brailles. Those are numbers, but we use like brailles. So braille dots when you're doing computers, you use dots for English, like for coding. There's the dots for English and writing in code, like computer code in English, or dots. Your numbers are in dots. So by having our language in dots, like Braille, by having our numbers and dots like Braille, by having our technology and dots, it's more advanced, more superior. So this system here, with this little crash course I just did for you, science, when you look at that, you can tell that it's more superior. And when I get into this more in the book, you'll understand why we do it this way. But for now, I've proven without a shadow of a doubt that this is more superior than this. Because of how nice and neat it is. So 911 means that this is the number system that everyone in creation uses. It's the reason why they get to the stars, because the technology from this number-based system gets you to the stars, whereas this inferior system doesn't get you anywhere. You can't travel to the stars using a number system like this. That's the easiest way to explain it. So what I've just shown you here means that we're the creators based on this number system. And 911 means that, somebody wants to come to my house and do that to me. And I'm asking you, please don't do that. So now we're going to go down here. You will know the face of brotherhood if the light skinned race comes carrying no weapons. Okay, so I want you to watch this now, this Trump. Okay, and then watch the Hunt for Charlie Kirk shooter. So go watch these videos now. Now we're over here. So I want you to watch this one after I explain it. So this is a civil war. So my hands are tied, rebellion shift from side to side, and wars go on with brainwashed pride for love of God and human rights. And all these things are swept aside by bloody hands time can't deny, and are washed away by your genocide. And history hides the lies of our civil wars. So when I told you that we've all lived 10 lives, I'm not lying. And science will one day prove that, how time is being able to rewind here. Because right now I can't show it to you scientifically, but when they develop the scientific equations and how they do that, they'll basically create a video that you can watch on YouTube, and they'll show you how those black holes, like the electricity in my soul, or how the black hole of the sun and the planet and the moon, those black holes is like electricity or a battery, and that battery can be used to rewind the entire solar system and every atom in the solar system, because the black hole at the bottom of the star, it creates a big bubble around the solar system, which you don't know. So let's go look at that. So that big bubble is the bubble of time. Which one did one do? This one, okay. Go watch this one now, okay? Saved by the Heliosphere. So the Heliosphere, science and mankind, that heliosphere, the bubble around our solar system, like that's the bubble there. That's time. Everything inside that, in that heliosphere, through the electricity of the star. So there's the bubble there. Everything inside there, every atom, every planet will be rewound using the electricity of the black hole at the bottom of the star, the black hole on the planet, the black hole in the moon. All those black holes controlled by the black hole at the bottom of the sun will rewind all the electricity of every atom in creation. So the atoms in your body, every atom's going this way, it'll go back that way. Your DNA strand, that thing that's spinning this way, it'll start to go back the other way when we rewind time. Every atom in the solar system goes back the other way because of the electricity of the black hole at the bottom. So when science discovers that, how much electricity is, how that happens, etc., you're going to see a video on YouTube explaining scientifically how time can be rewound in the heliosphere like that. Okay? And how we've all lived 10 past lives. I can explain how deja vu happens. The reason you have deja vu is because when we rewind time here, it's not a perfect science. So there's a the Earth here, When we rewind time, this black hole, it creates the magnetosphere, right? That goes around like this. So if you don't know what the magnetosphere is, watch that now after the heliosphere video. Okay, so you watch this heliosphere one. You watch that. You now know what the heliosphere is. It's the element time. Now if we go to the magnetosphere, that's a good one there. This one. So, how Earth's magnetic shield protects us from the sun. So, this one here, I want you to watch this one here. They talk about there being a secret weapon, like it's a secret weapon. The secret weapon is that it's able to rewind time. But you see all these lines here? Those are coming out from that giant magnetic core, that big magnetic ball there. It's a solid core. It's not liquid. It's a solid ball of magnet, like a giant magnet. And then there's liquid core around that giant magnet ball. That giant magnetic ball it's projecting all this electromagnetism like that. And when we rewind time, as the planet's going back like that, these magnetic waves, because you're walking around on the planet, these magnetic waves will intermingle with your soul in that single atom in your heart. The electricity of that atom in your heart, which has your soul in it, it gets stored there. So there's a past life memory that's stored on this electromagnetic line here, which gets stored at the planet's core. So when we rewind time, and then time's allowed to go forward again, at a certain point in time, the electricity from a past life that's stored in the magnetic core gets released on these magnetic lines, and it comes around and it finds that atom in your heart where your soul is located. The soul is your consciousness, not your brain. That soul particle is your consciousness. So when you have that strange eerie feeling that you've been in a place before, like you have I driven down this road before? Imagine going on vacation, you come to a strange town, you're like, I have this eerie feeling I've been here before. You go and sit down in a restaurant, it's like, why do I get the odd feeling that I've been in this restaurant before? You get that feeling? Yeah. It's like a double deja vu. You're talking to your friend, it's like, I feel like the same way, man. I think we've been here before. You get that deja vu feeling, right? So it's like, that's why, because in a past life, you have been at that restaurant, wherever you're at, on your vacation, and you get that weird sensation because in a past life, when we rewound time, that memory of you being there, it gets sucked out of your soul, sucked out of the atom, and the electricity from your soul, from your atom, it blends with this electricity of these magnetic lines and goes back into the planet's core where it stays. Until you come to that town or you're on vacation, you sit down at the restaurant, and you have this eerie feeling that you've been there before. Your friend has a double deja vu. You're like, I think we've been here before. I know, man. It feels like I have a deja vu. Me too. What the hell? Because the electricity gets released from the planet's core of that past life memory, and then it gets released to your atom where it reaches into your soul, and it hits your soul, which hits your consciousness, which comes to your brain as deja vu. And that's what deja vu is. It's a past life regression being stored at the planet's core from the electricity of your soul, the electricity of your atom, which is picked up from the electricity of these magnetic waves and stored in the planet's core. That's what it is, science. They can't explain what it is, but I just explained what deja vu is. It's a past life regression of all the 10 lives we've all lived. And it's real. You've all lived a life. So when you have a deja vu, you've been there before in a past life, and that's what it means. So, and history hides the lies of our civil wars, because we've all been down this path 10 times already. And I don't quite know how many civil wars we fought where people didn't listen to my pleas and say, man, I don't want a war. I just want to talk diplomatically. They didn't listen. They just shoot first. So, did you wear a black armband when they shot the man Anthony, who said peace could last forever? Please don't shoot me. We could work things out diplomatically. Don't shoot me with a gun. I want to come to the table diplomatically and talk this out politically, so we can save ourselves a lot of heartbreak. So that's what that means. So did you wear a black armband when they shot the man Anthony Kagi, who said peace could last forever in 9 past lives? And my first memory is they shot Kennedy. I went numb when I learned to see. So, So I never fell for Vietnam. We got the wall in D.C. to remind us all that you can't trust freedom when it's not in your hands. So that's how I know that I've been assassinated in a past life with a bullet. But here's another song. So go watch that song now, Guns N' Roses. You now know what deja vu is. So now we're going to listen to Shot Down in Flames. So Shot Down in Flames is a representation of people believing I'm from hell, which is supposed to be hot. Flames. So this is the lyrics. She told me to go to hell. So somebody is going to tell me to go to hell because they think I'm Satan, and that's why I get shot. Somebody shot me in the 9 past lives. I don't know how many times, but I've been shot with a bullet. I got shot down because they perceive me to be Satan or where flames are. That's what the song is about. So go listen to Shot Down in Flames now. Cookie. So, the next video is Bon Jovi, Blaze of Glory. It's another video where they perceive me to be Satan and shoot me with a bullet. Only God knows where I've been. So, the normal process that happens here is the aliens come here and they say that I'm Satan. They literally tell you that I'm an android with a Neuralink in the brain, and that I've been on the run for 200,000 years since starting the war in heaven. They say I'm a rogue android who can put my Neuralink into various different bodies because I have help in the universe. Basically, a UFO comes over. In the case of Anthony, they tell you that at a Bush party when I was like 19 or whatever, that I was abducted at the Bush party, taken onto a UFO, and had my body de-atomized, and that person who was supposedly Satan put his consciousness or that Neuralink inside my body, and ever since I've been 19, I've been hiding in this body as an android. Basically, they come in and tell you that I got a goddamn Neuralink in the brain at the molecular level, and that I'm not actually human, that I'm a robot. That's what they come here and tell you. And then they bring a videotape and they say, look what all this bad stuff he's been doing. Look at all the people he's got rid of. Oh, look at this other stuff he's been doing, outside there that you don't know about. Oh, look what he's doing in the bedroom over there. That type of stuff. That's what that means. Only God knows where I've been, because they come here with a tape that's supposedly perceived where, they record it through the eye. So, only God knows where I've been. I'm a devil on the run. So they come here and tell you that I'm a devil on the run and have been on the run for 200,000 years. Well, shot down in a blaze of glory means they're not coming here to tell you that story. But nevertheless, the threat of me literally being shot by somebody who thinks I'm Satan and picking up a gun because, they've been told to do that. By something, in their mind, like, go get rid of that guy, be a martyr for us, protect us, or whatever. They probably think that they're going to be a martyr for the rest of mankind, protect the mankind from a perceived threat. Why else would they do it? I can tell I've been shot down in the past life. And I'm trying to prevent that now by letting Christianity know, please don't shoot me with a gun. Come talk to me peacefully. No. You can watch that one now. Blaze of Glory. So, you will know the face of brotherhood if the light-skinned race comes carrying no weapons. No. What's the weapons? The weapons is the nuke, the bomb, and the bullet. Okay? The nuke, the bomb, and the bullet. This one here is, this is another form of a weapon. Okay? So, that's why I'm asking you to come to the table diplomatically, talk about this on a worldwide stage. Everybody needs to see this. We need to sit down and have a political discussion on the worldwide stage that's being broadcast to the entire world, where you ask me questions and I ask you questions, and we settle this diplomatically. So, I'm asking you to bring your weapons, which are these here. Okay? I want you to bring your weapons, that book, the Tanakh, the Bible, and the Quran. Bring those weapons to the debate stage. I'm asking you, is the Father of all creation, to bring your weapons, those books, to the debate stage, and let's have it out in front of the worldwide stage and have a political debate instead of a war. So you will know that there's a brotherhood. If the light skin race comes carrying no weapons, meaning you're not gonna drop a nuke on me, you're not gonna blow me up, and you're not gonna shoot me with a bullet. Those are the weapons. But these are also weapons. They're the weapons that make you want to do that. So don't bring those other weapons. Instead, bring these weapons, and let's have it out on the debate stage. Go watch that now, mankind, because you need to know what that is. It's getting hot now. I'm gonna pull my hair on. So, now I'm going to get into third eye teachings here. Where, I want you to watch this jinn video here. The jinn, creation before mankind. Man, pepperette. Piece of bread. Talking for 2 hours. I didn't expect this video to be that long. 3 hours. This is the 3-hour video. I was going to try to do this in a couple hours, but that's why I'm so hungry. So, go watch the Jinn War, because there's a subliminal connection to what I'm about to teach you in this next trailer here. Okay, so this is, I want you to watch this now. Rogue One, a Star Wars story, introducing Jyn Erso. Jinn and Jinn are interchangeable because they sound the same. We'll go watch that now. Where's that break go? Okay. Now I want you to watch this one now, okay? Because this is the thing that ties it together. So the three Abrahamic religions, they all stem from Abraham. That's why they're called the Abrahamic religions. Islam, Christianity, and Judaism all share the same, basically, father creator Abraham. But Islam believing in the jinn means it's like Abraham. Islam believing in the jinn ties Christianity to the jinn, and it ties Judaism to the jinn. So when you hear jinn in this next trailer, it's about you three, okay? So the association of your younger brother Islam. Cool. I'm now going to discuss this trailer. I'm going to show you all the pertinent facts first, and then I want you to watch the trailer. So, jinn. Whatever I do it to protect you. He's talking to his daughter, but what that means is Islam, who believe in jinn. Whatever I do it to protect you. But because you have a middle brother named Christianity, it means Christianity, who believe in jinn. Whatever I do it to protect you. Which means Judaism, who believe in jinn. Whatever I do it to protect you. Which means Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, whatever I do it to protect you. That's what jinn means. So, do you understand? Then the young girl says, I understand. Okay? So, my story here, I'm doing to protect you. I know I'm going to have the name of Satan or the Antichrist. But Satan and Antichrist, he wants to come to the table with the political discussion to end World War III or Armageddon peacefully. Is that so hard to understand? You know? Okay, let's go here. Our rebellion is all that remains to push back the empire. Okay? So, the rebellion is you guys rebelling against me, your real father. So, our Islamic rebellion is all that remains to push back Anthony. Our Christianity rebellion is all that remains to push back Anthony. Our Judaism rebellion is all that remains to push back Anthony. That's what that means. Okay? So, take a break, because I'll do this in small chunks. So go watch that first bit of the video. Go watch this Rogue One Star Wars trailer now. And get an understand for what's being said there in those first three lines. Now, we think you might be able to help us. So, that's referring to through the association of jinn, because we're talking to jinn, it means we, the creators and mankind, think that you, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism might be able to help us. When was the last time you were in contact with your father? Well, the Father refers to him. Okay? So, go watch this. Because it's about the Father. But I want you to pay attention to the billboard up front. It says, beware of God. You need to beware of him. He's not real. And if he were real, he wouldn't be Caucasian, that's for sure. He's some other race. I don't know what race he is yet. There's many races. I've been told that this is an African American universe. But for all I know, it could be Native American. Anyhow, disclaimer, I don't know what it is, but that's what I'm putting out there. For all I know, it could be, Japanese universe. No offense, but I'm just using names to, It could be any race, any planet on Earth is the one whose universe this could be. I don't know who it is yet, though. So go watch that. Okay, now I want you to go back over here and watch Star Wars again. Up until that point there where he says, when was we think you might be able to help us. When was the last time you were in contact with your father, Yahweh, Allah, or God? Because that's what it means. And then she asked, what is this? And then she asked, what is that? And then it's like, what is this? It means you're having your third eye awakened. Your third eye is the hypothalamus in the brain. It's real. It's a mechanism by which to understand the spirits of all creation. They're talking to you through this video, but you need a spirit guide to translate it for you. That's what I am. I'm a spirit guide. I'm able to transfer the language of the spirits in a way that helps you understand what they're saying. Okay? Then no, it's not dark black magic. It's not satanic trickery. It's good spirits, of the people that created this movie, Walt Disney, plus the people who wrote it, their spirits, which are here on planet Earth, plus great-grandmother, great-grandfather, wording the language in such a way that it can leave a message for me to decipher for you to understand. Once you know all the stories once you know the true story about creation. So, now we're going to go here. So, it appears he's critical to the development of a super weapon. So, the super weapon, okay, you've already watched this guy, so you know what that is, right? The Tanakh Bible. So that's the super weapon. You don't need to watch that. That's the super weapon. What I want you to watch is this here, Evil Dead 2 opening by CSM 1138. So that's the super weapon. Think of that book as being that book, okay? So go watch that one now. Now we go to the book of Eli. So I want you to watch this one now, because it's about that book there being a lie. The book of lie, L-I-E, lie. It's a book of lie. Now over here, I want you to watch this, but not right now. So you look for the book of Eli. That book is a weapon, okay? So in there, he's like, he's talking to this guy, he says, the book, it's not a book. It's a weapon. A weapon. Aimed right at the hearts and minds of the weak and the desperate. Will give us control of him. Will give us control of him if we want to rule more than one town, he says. So, I want you to watch these two now. The book of Eli, the book is a weapon, plus that one. Now, once you watch all three of those, you'll have a better understanding of what this super weapon is. It appears Allah, God, and Yahweh are critical to the development of a super weapon. The Tanakh, the Bible, and the Quran. That's what it all means when you put it together. Okay? So, the power that we're dealing with here is immeasurable. So this is back to Rogue One, okay? And it says, if the Empire has this kind of power, what chance do we have? We have hope. Rebellions are built on hope. Okay? So, now with all this information, now that you know the book is a weapon, and the power that we're dealing with those three books being very serious weapons, immeasurable because 4 billion people believe in them, what kind of power do we have? You know, we're talking Buddhism, Hinduism, no, folk religion, no religion. What chance do we have? We have hope, or we have Anthony, or Superman. Rebellions are built on hope or Superman because they're down here. What's the S stand for? It's not an S. On my world, it means hope. Okay, so hope from this Superman trailer here means that we have Superman. So we have Superman. Rebellions are built on Superman. That's what it really means. So now I want you to go back and watch the entire trailer with all this extra information, so you should be able to understand what it means. It means whatever I do to help you, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, because your father has created a weapon designed to hurt me. And I'm asking you, don't hurt me. Come to the table and talk things out like normal people would, instead of, if wars were settled the way that I am trying to settle a war, things could be a lot more smoother, instead of people just randomly starting wars for no reason at all, instead of talking things out. So now watch the Star Wars trailer with all this extra information. Now, I'm going to ask you to watch it one more time once you've seen the Superman one. Because when you watch it one more time with Superman, when you understand that hope represents Superman, like the S of Superman, and then you watch this trailer again, it has a deeper, more impact on you, because you'll be like, I didn't know that hope at the end of the Star Wars was connected to Superman being Anthony, and him being a good guy. I hope, yeah, but you will when you watch it all together. So, okay, so we're gonna start here. So, this is at the end of Superman, and that's the trailer I want you to watch, but not right now because we're gonna explain it. So, he says, he'll be an outcast. They'll kill him. So, people think I'm going to be an outcast because they think I'm Satan and they want to kill me or unalive me, I guess. How? He'll be a god to them. That's what he says. So, if I'm a god to them, Who's them? Amagata, Buddhism, Hinduism, folk religion, no religion, versus Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. So these guys don't think I'm a god, they think I'm Satan. Whereas these guys, they think I'm a god, they think I'm the creator. So that's what he's talking about. Anthony will be an outcast. You know, the three amigos will unalive him. And then he says, how? He'll be a god to Buddhism, Hinduism, folk religion, and no religion. That's what you're looking at there. Okay? So, as with the other one, while that's still fresh in the mind, go watch this trailer now. Okay? Mankind. Up until that point there, when you see the moon, because you get understanding of what he's actually saying there. Okay? And then I'll get into the next part here. Okay, so now we're over here. So, what if a child dreamed of becoming something other than what society had intended? So, society had intended. Okay, right here? So, what if a child dreamed of becoming something other than what society had intended? Who's that child? Well, that child is Stare Mare. Okay, so what if Stare Mare dreamed of becoming the creator other than, or becoming something like the creator other than what society had intended, such as a social media influencer? That's what it means. She's now being presented with this option to be your mother forever and ever. Why is she being selected? Well, because I'm trying to avoid World War III. If I present a Native American mother, it's not going to go over well. But presenting, a Caucasian mother, it smooths all the broken hearts from Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, because they're losing a Caucasian deity. So how do I fix that? Well, I instill a Caucasian deity. I can't do it myself because I'm Native American, so I have to look for a Caucasian white. So what I've been shown, the reason why great grandma wants to become Stare is because where's that thing going? So this is our universe here, okay? This universe here, it's going to be the only mixed race universe in all creation. So all these other universes here, they're not allowed to marry outside their own race. So if you're Chinese, you have to marry Chinese. If you're Kenyan, you have to marry Kenyan. If you're Brazilian, you have to marry Brazilian. If you're Mohawk, you have to marry Mohawk. If you're Norse, you have to. If you're Norwegian, you have to marry Norwegian. If you're English, you marry English. In creation, there is no intermingling our genes because the spirits they have to give you a soul based on your race. That's how things are. So because everyone has a soul based on their race, when you begin intermingling your race, it's like a white person marrying a black person. You have to choose which element to give that baby. So the spirits, they don't like having to intermingle a particle, like over here. So let's say that this water one here is the African, and then let's say this fire one is the Caucasian. So oh no, that's Native American. So let's say well, there could be that way too. So let's say this fire one is the Native American or the Caucasian, and this water one is the African. How do you determine what soul to give that baby? Should the baby be given the water soul, or should it be given the fire soul? That's why you have to marry in your own race, because the spirits have to then give that baby one of those particular souls. They have to determine what race or what element to give that baby soul. So if that baby, who's now a half-breed, is given a water soul of the African, and then that baby goes and marries a Chinese person being maybe their heir. So the baby has the half-breed now has water, and the Asian person has air, and they have a baby. What soul do you determine to give that half black, half white, half Asian baby? Do you give it this Asian soul, or do you give it the water soul? So let's say we give it the air soul. So you now have a half black, half white, half Asian baby, and let's say that offspring, this is 3 generations down, has a child, but they marry, let's say, a Native American whose spirituality over here. So what soul do you give that baby? Do you give it the Native American soul, which is spirituality, or you give it the air soul? You know, that causes a lot of problems, and that's why we always stay in our own races at the beginning of creation. All these universes, they're following the Creator's laws. They don't marry outside their race. They marry their own kind because it keeps things simple. They know what soul that they're supposed to have. However, this universe is going to be the first of its kind and the only one of its kind. This one's going to be a mixed race universe where you're allowed to marry outside your race up to a 1/4 blood quantum level. That means that, you know, I'll use my cousin's example. My cousin Randy, he's his mother is African, half white, half African, and his dad is Native American. So Randy is half Native American. Randy has a son named Kyle. Kyle is therefore 1/4 Native American because his wife is, I believe, Trinidadian. So Randy married a Trinidad lady, and their offspring is 1/4 Native American, 1/4 Trinidadian, 1/4 what is it, black, and 1/4 white, because all the intergenes there. So he's mixed. So under these laws here, where you have to stick to your 1/4 blood quantum level, his children that he has, he's dating, I believe he was dating an Asian girl. He'd be told that he can't thin out his bloodline, because if he was to date that Asian girl and have a child with her, that child would be 1/8 Native American. So he's diluted his blood quantum down to 1/8 by marrying a Chinese girl and having a baby. So under these new laws, Kyle, who's my cousin, would be told, you're not allowed to do that. You got to marry Native American because we want to keep that bloodline stronger, because you're at 1/4. If you marry a full-blood Native American, then your baby is going to be 3/4 Native American because of him only being 1/4. So those are the laws going forward. I'm not saying that you have to do that now, Kyle. I'm just saying that I'm just using an example, okay? We'll deal with that bridge when we cross it, man. If you want to marry whoever you're marrying, marry whoever you're marrying. You know, your child that you have, they'll be 1/8, but we can fix that by making sure that your child has to marry a full Native American, because that way that 1/8 will be pushed back up to what, 7/8 Native American when they have a baby, something like that. I don't know the blood quantum level, but that's what has to go forward. So this is going to be a one of a kind universe where you can marry outside your race, but where you have to keep your blood quantum 1/4. So if you're Caucasian, you know, you can marry an African, then your child could be marrying Chinese, and then that child could be marrying South American. But at the end of the day, when that South American reaches 1/4 blood quantum level, they have to be told they got to marry a full person who's Caucasian. So they marry somebody who's fully Caucasian to restore the blood quantum of the Caucasian back up again. So this is going to be a universe where people are allowed to marry outside their race, and it's the only one of its kind. So, now, how did they get on that one? I know it was about stare, right? So, being in a universe where we're allowed to intermingle our elements and bury DNA down to 1/4 blood quantum level, and being the only universe of its kind, great grandmother thought it would be a good opportunity to come here and become stare, because she's Caucasian. She mends the broken hearts of Judaism, Islam, and Christianity by instilling a white mother. so we can avoid a World War III. At the same time, she's representing this new universe that's going to be the only one of its kind where we can marry outside our race, and we can marry outside our race up to 1/4 blood quantum level. So, in the case of me and Stare, when we have a kid, our kids are going to be half, right? And when that kid has, when our child has a kid, they're going to be 1/4. So we have to draw the line. So the child that they have would be 1/8. So mine and Stare's child would be half native, half Caucasian. And if they married white, then that child would be 1/4 Native American, because my bloodline will have been diluted out. So we'll be told that they have to marry, that child has to marry, Native American. Now, because we usually have fraternal twins, and we have to represent their side as well, so our daughter will be told to marry Native American, and our son will be told to marry Caucasian. That way we can both, keep the bloodline of both those children at the same. So we're representing both Caucasian but Native American at the same time. So grandmother knows that there's going to be a mixed race universe. She wants that representation, but becoming a white mother means that all these universes here that are ruled by all the different races on planet Earth. So if you're from Peru, you got a universe that's ruled by Peru gods. If you're Somalia, you got a Somalia universe out here somewhere ruled by Somalia. So all the different universes that are out there ruled by the different races of mankind, that's what she wants to represent. And coming back is Stare is a Caucasian mother creator, because this is a mixed race universe, the only one of its kind. But because our creation is a mixed race universe, she don't want to come back as Native American. She wants to come back as something different to represent all the different races out there. If she is to come back as Native American, then it doesn't fulfill her desire to make people feel better and let them know that this is a mixed race universe, and that this big ball here, like when it's finished, and say another couple million years, when this universe is all finished and we have all those mixed race, and we have all those universes, and they all come together and they learn about this war that happened, where grandmother and grandfather had to perish so that we could come back as a mixed race mom and dad, so that we can rule over one mixed race universe where we can dilute your blood quantum down to 1/4, but also all the other universes out there have representation, because all these universes are ruled by different gods, like different types of races of gods who created. So there's like spirits in here that are in control of that universe, who are, like I said, Israeli. There's Chinese spirits that make that universe. There's Somali spirits that make that universe. There's Chile spirits that make that universe. There's Lakota spirits that make the universe. So all those spirits and all those universes, it's a mixed race universe, because all those universes are ruled by different people. So therefore, having a mixed race mom and dad kind of represents that as well. That's why she wants to come back as Stare. So, what if a child dreamed of becoming something other than what society had intended? What if Stare dreamed of becoming that mother creator to represent this mixed race universe, plus all those other universes ruled by many races? Because that's who grandmother wants to be. Great grandmother wants to be Stare, to represent that, to have that representation. So what if a child aspired to something greater than being, a social media influencer? What if she aspired to be the mother of all creation? Because there's a lot that has to happen. Like, her and I are going to have to exercise together, date one another. And then, I'll be traveling the world doing all kinds of stuff with, the countries trying to implement all these changes that need to be, like bringing, making sure that the grocery stores are stocked with glass jars. Like, we have to change all the production stuff. There can't be any plastic anywhere in the production of stuff like that. So we have to research the technology. So, is she going to have time to continue to do her social media where she's doing skateboard videos? Probably, because those videos that she creates, they're like, 10, 20-second videos. She could still probably do that. But you may see a shift of her social media where it's, she does Facebook, she does TikTok, she does all these other ones. She may have to streamline and just stick to YouTube because, streamlining like that means like you don't have to do a whole bunch of different videos for the same series. You could just stick to one thing and people could follow you there. And, let's say we're on the road, let's say we're over in Africa somewhere, talking to the governments over there about bringing water there or something for them, she would be beside me. I'm pretty sure she wouldn't be beside me. She'd have her family beside her. Like, you don't have to worry, Esther, about just being alone all the time. Like, bring your entire family with you, and they could travel with you. There's entourage, because I'm going to have entourage here, probably the entire community, man. There's 2,000 of us here. We would need roughly, I would say, 2 of those big giant jets that you see flying around, the double-decker ones, to get everybody on the community. But there's 2,000 of us here, but there's only like 700 in the community. So we probably only need one of those jets to travel the entire community wherever we want to go. So, I'm going to do my damnedest and best to do that. So again, to make sure that we all travel somewhere as a family and go wherever we go. So if we're going to, go on vacation, we're going to go somewhere, you can be rest assured that you're going to enjoy it. You're not going to just sit at home here and do nothing. We could get on a plane and we could go we could go visit Stair together, right? And, stay in a motel, right? The whole damn building for ourselves. So that's what I see happening. And upstairs joining us, her family would join us as well. So we'd bring her family on the plane and we get to know her. And we travel around together doing stuff politically. So that's probably what's going to happen. So, that's, would a child aspire to something greater than, social media? So, the reason, so how do you find someone who has spent, so, okay, I'm going to get you to go back and watch that now while it's fresh. So, go back and watch that part there, Man of Steel. You now know what the intro is, and you now know this dialogue here. It's about Stair aspiring to be something other than what she is, like the Mother Creator, to rule over a mixed race universe here, plus all those other universes that are ruled by many, many different types of gods, other than Native Americans. So over here, after you watch that part, stop it there when you see the dog, because there's some other stuff here. So, how do you find someone who has spent a lifetime covering his tracks? For some, he was a guardian angel. So what that means is, Judaism, Christianity, Islam believe Yahweh, God, and Allah is a guardian angel. So how do you find someone who has spent a lifetime covering his tracks? For some, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, he was a guardian angel. Now down here it says, for others, sit there, for others, a ghost who never quite fit in. So that means Buddhism, Hinduism, folk religion, no religion, believe that Yahweh, God, and Allah is a ghost who never quite fit in. Okay? So, how do you find someone? How do you find God, Allah, and Yahweh who spent a lifetime covering his tracks? For Buddhism, Hinduism, Judaism, Buddha, Hinduism, folk religion, no religion, Yahweh, God, and Allah was for some he was a guardian angel. For Christianity, for Judaism, Christianity, Islam, he was a guardian angel. And then down here, for others, a ghost you never quite fit in. So Buddhism, Hinduism, folk religion, no religion, Yahweh, God, Allah was a ghost you never quite fit in. So that's what they're actually saying here, the Spirit. So now I want you to go back in, rewatch that again. This time up until that point. So you rewatch all of that so that as you're watching it, you're building a better understanding of what's being conveyed by the spirits. The more times you watch it, the easier it'll be for you to understand. So now when you get to this part here, about them talking about that, you now know that it's about God, Allah, and Yahweh, who doesn't quite fit in for some, but for others, it's a guardian angel. Okay? So go watch that, and then I'll get to this next part here. Stop it when you get to that part there about the ghosts who never quite fit in. So here it's, you will give the people of earth an ideal to strive towards. Who's you? That's Stair here, okay? So you, Stair, will give the people of earth an ideal to strive towards. We get a white mother instead of a Native American mother, cool. All right, let's see where this goes. That type of idea. So give them that idea to strive towards. But in order to give them that ideal stare, you need to not be scared of me. You need to know that I'm a good guy. I'm not Satan. I've done some questionable things that I'm not proud of, but that's not a part of who I am. Okay, and there's a story behind that. I need to talk about openly and honestly at some point in time, to understand how and why I did what I did here. But I'm not that person that people think I am. I love your spirit, and I've been thinking about you quite often, because who wouldn't, man? You pulled me out of that dark place that I was out of and put me back on where I needed to be, back on track. Let's just put it that way, okay? And I'm very, excited to have you as my future spouse. So I'll talk about that more later, but, I'm sure that's enough to get people to understand, When I'm waging spiritual warfare, I'm done, waging it in the manner which I did. I'm waging it with her by looking at that there and thinking of that there. In other words. So hopefully, you look at me as, not being a bad person. And, won't be afraid of me. That way you can give the people of earth an ideal to strive towards. So, they will race behind you. They will stumble, they will fall. Okay, so this is what it means. Christianity will race behind you. Islam will stumble, and Judaism will fall. Judaism falls means like they're gonna eventually fall. Like they're on their pedestal, yeah. Okay, we're at the top, but eventually, you have to fall off the high horse. So you're gonna fall off the high horse and come to spirituality is what that means. Islam, they're kind of stubborn, but they'll stumble, and then they'll come to spirituality as well. So it's a prophecy indicating that you're going to have your struggles because you're losing something that is the only thing that you've ever held on to and known. But eventually you'll come over to spirituality. So Christianity will be like, wow, man, this is what we've been waiting for, guys. Who didn't know? They're going to eat it up like the best things in sliced bread. Islam, it'll take them a bit more time, and then Judaism a bit more time. That's what it means. So. But in time, they will join you in the sun. So this is star, right? It means a star or a sun. So it means, but eventually they will join you in the star. It's your new white mother, okay? So, in time, you will help them accomplish wonders, star. That's what that means. You will help them accomplish wonders, star. Over here, yeah. I'll let you watch it up to there. So now I want you to go back in and watch it up to that point there where you say, in time, you'll help them accomplish wonders. And then come back over here. So I'm going to go back up to there and watch that one again. Okay, now we're going to finish up with the thing. So at the end of the Superman trailer, they go, my father believed that if the world found out who I really was, they'd reject me. He was convinced that the world wasn't ready. Okay, so what that means is down here. So my father, Anthony, believed if the world found out who I, God, Yahweh, Allah, really was, an alien predator, they'd reject me. He, Anthony, was convinced that their world wasn't ready. That's what it really means. So my father, Anthony, believed if the world found out who I, God, Yahweh, Allah, really was, an alien predator, they'd reject me. He, Anthony, was convinced that the world wasn't ready. Now you can go back in and watch that part right to the end. So watch the entire trailer now. With all this information, you should be able to understand, because you watched it so many times, of which each aspect means. So watch it right to the very end. Because it's about me being the good guy, not the bad guy. So, now we're over here. You will know the place of brotherhood if the light-skinned race comes carrying no weapons. If they come bearing only their knowledge and a handshake. Okay? So, I've selected two videos here. So, The videos are designed to help give you a little bit of spiritual guidance, spiritual information to help you understand what's really being said. It's like another layer of teaching. So what's being conveyed here is you'll know the place of brotherhood if the light skinned race comes carrying no weapons, if they come bearing only their knowledge, or only their scientific knowledge, and a handshake. Okay, so Judaism or Islam, they got scientists. Islam has scientists. Christianity has scientists. So that's the knowledge. You need to come here because I know there's like 22,000 scientists on the planet. All those scientists could be working on the scientific facts that you're learning and can take a giant leap forward. But to do that, you got to put your belief system on the back burner and put your scientific morals on the front burner. So that's the knowledge. They come bearing only their scientific knowledge and a handshake. Like I choose you as my brother. So these two songs here, I've selected a couple of lyrics from them. So it says, I was just guessing at numbers and figures, pulling the puzzles apart. The puzzles apart is go way up here for this one. So what they're doing here is CERN is taking this particle right here. CERN is a particle accelerator. So they're taking that proton there and they're accelerating it to the speed of light, and then they're smashing it together to break that particle apart to see what's inside of it. So when they break that particle apart, they've discovered that there's quarks inside of it. Okay, and then there's other parts in there that they've discovered. I think they call it the Higgs boson. So the Higgs boson is basically the universe. You know, that's that particle there because it's so heavy. You guys know it has mass. You're basically discovering the universe. But all those other particles that are flying around, you're basically, it's in theory that you could be seeing these soul particles. In theory, I'm not 100% certain, but I'm pretty certain there's a mass particle there. So I don't know where you get that particle from. Is it hydrogen maybe that you're using? I don't know, but I think it's hydrogen. So they're smashing basically a hydrogen atom. So I don't know if these particles, I don't think there'd be a soul particle in that hydrogen atom. So there's a lot more at stake here that I really don't know science. Because if you're taking the hydrogen atom and you're smashing that proton apart, and you're getting all your data, and all these particles are coming together, and there's all other kinds of particles that you're getting, I don't know where those are coming from personally. I just know that these particles are inside a human body. Why that particle would have the universe inside of the soul? I'm assuming that because it's hydrogen, that hydrogen needs a location. So the location of the hydrogen means that inside that particle is a quark. Inside that quark would be the universe because that hydrogen needs a location to exist. So there would be a universe particle in there. Whether these particles in there, I don't know. I'm assuming that these probably would be there, but just because they're, it's easier just to replicate this and put the soul particle there. So that might be there. And because you're smashing it together in the universe will be there along with these black holes, that there, and the planet. Because the hydrogen that you're getting on the planet here needs a location. Where you're getting that hydrogen from is the planet Earth. So if you're getting the hydrogen from the planet Earth, that hydrogen atom that you're smashing needs a location. So that location needs all these particles in there so that you can get the hydrogen atom. So you're basically playing around with all these particles, smashing them apart at the particle accelerator, and you probably are smashing these soul particles around, but there's nobody there to damage. Like you can't hurt the person's soul because there's nobody in there, but the location of all that stuff, that hydrogen atom requires a location, which does require probably in theory all these particles. So it's dangerous what you're doing, smashing those particles together. You could create a black hole. So I wish you would stop smashing those particles together now that you know the secret of all this. Can you please stop smashing those particles together? Because in my book, I theorize you could create a black hole doing that because of some UFOs that they have hidden on the planet. They've hidden UFOs at the North and South poles to create a black hole at the top or the bottom pole. When you smash that particle together, it's theoretically possible to suck it into the nuclear fusion reactor here of the UFO. If that particle, because it's bigger, that particle is actually bigger than the planet itself. and it gets sucked into that reactor, would create a black hole about 10,000 kilometers wide, like that. It would suck in the atmosphere of the planet. Would be a big hole in the atmosphere. It's possible. So please stop smashing those particles around, because you're pulling the puzzle apart to try to figure out stuff that I just taught you. You don't need to smash those particles around anymore. Now that you know the secret to creation. So I was just guessing at numbers and figures and pulling the puzzles apart. So if you don't understand that, I have to put that video up over here so you understand what CERN is about. Oh, I gotta charge my phone. Nope. No. This charger bugs me. It doesn't sit to and charge. I'm gonna try over here. No, doesn't want to work there either. I don't get this charger. That's I plug it in and it kind of goes zzz, zzz, zzz. You can hear it, but it doesn't want to charge. It's frustrating me. There we go. We got it. Okay, so when you look at CERN, this is them pulling their puzzles apart. You can watch this one here. That one there. That's the particle that's a Earth proton that they're rotating at near the speed of light and smashing it apart. And then they rewind it, the explosion, to try to explain what's going on. There's one here. This is a better one. This is straight from CERN, okay? So watch this one, CERN in 3 minutes. So that's them. When you understand that the explosion that they record, they take the explosion and they reverse it. They're pulling the puzzle apart. They're basically blowing apart the particles of all creation, our spirits, to see how creation came to be. And you don't need to do that no more. So that's the scientists. So up here, that's you will know the face of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam Brotherhood if the light-skinned race comes carrying no weapons and they come bearing only their scientific knowledge and a shake of hand. That's what that song means. Okay, that one, scientist. The next one is the Lumineers, hey or ho hey. So show me family, all the blood that I will bleed. I don't know where I belong. So I'm trying to show you family by showing you the universe, how it works, how many that you have a universe out there that's ruled by your people. There's a Jewish universe out there that you could go visit, or we could all go visit, if we could get through this threat of a World War III that we need to avoid. So I'm trying to show you family. So show me family, all the blood that I will bleed. I don't know where I belong. I don't know where I went wrong. So it's kind of like you don't know where you belong because you haven't let go of something that you love for so long, and that stuff hurts. But that's why she's there, okay, to break that fall. So it's not such a hard fall. So that's you coming here sharing a shake of hand because you want to be part of the family. So show me family, like show me spirituality, family, Anthony, and all the blood that I will bleed. I don't know where I belong. I guess I belong over here with spirituality. Everyone's gravitating towards this. So I'll go come check it out. So it's a song designed to mend your broken hearts, okay. And this one's here's about you guys, you Israeli scientists, you Pakistan scientists, you Iran scientists, Middle East scientists, and Christian scientists all working together to develop the scientific breakthroughs that I'm showing you. So watch this video here now, scientists, and then watch the Lumineers. Oh, hey. Now we got this one here. So this is Stubborn Love, Lumineers. So, she'll lie and steal and cheat and beg you from her knees. Make you think she means it this time. She'll tear a hole in you, the one you can't repair. Okay, so if you look at her there and you look at her there, they could pass for, being one and the same. So it's a representation that's there, and certain people believing that they're going to tear a hole in them. So I can imagine that the conversation at home between the wife and the husband. So what do you think of that Caucasian mother? I love it. I can't believe it. I've always wondered that myself growing up. Like how a man created everything all by himself. It was always in the back of my mind. Now that I know the answers to everything, and that there's a female mother creator, I love it, man. I just want to see where it goes. What about you? Not me. I think she'll lie and steal and cheat. Beg you, get her under. She wants to beg you from her knees and come worship her. I don't think she means it. And if you fall in love with her, she's going to tear a hole in you. She'll tear a hole in you, the one that you can't repair. She'll break your heart. She's no good for you. That's what's being said there. That's the conversation between a husband and wife at home. That's what it means. So go listen to it now, because that's what it means. Because you men are stubborn out there with your love. You can't let go of the chauvinistic attitude that you got towards your new mother. You'd rather have a man in control, a white man. But because a white man's not in control, Native American, you're going to do everything in your power to derail this process of having a white mother because of chauvinism. Listen to the stubborn love. That's what that means. You're stubborn. You can't let go of the fact that a white man is no longer in control. A Native American man is. And because of your chauvinistic attitude of believing that there's a white man in control of power all this time, and now that there isn't, and there's a white woman in control, you don't like it. Because you're a man, and you want a white man in control, and not a Native American man. Well, all I say to that is, there are white men in control in your universes. You go to the Jewish universe. You want to go move over there? Go move into that universe if you want to go over there. If you don't like it here under my ruling, you're more than welcome to go move to your Jewish universe. Go move to your Islam universe if you want. Go move to your Christian universe. If you don't like me as the father, go to that universe to deal with your issue. But don't take it out on this poor girl here. Go listen to the song now. So, now the last one is, the other prophet said, beware of the light-skinned race, comes wearing the face of death. You must be careful, because the face of brotherhood and the face of death look very much alike. If they come carrying a weapon, beware. If they come in suffering, they could fool you. Their hearts could be filled for the greed for the riches of this land. If they are indeed your brothers, let them prove it. Do not accept them in total trust. You shall know the face they wear is one of death if the rivers run by poison and the fish become unfit to eat. You shall know them by these many things. So what are we looking at here? So I want you to look at this. So this sign here, just down the road here, it's called the Beeline. If you go down the Beeline, so this is a map here. The Beeline, where that sign is right about here. It's in front of my house here. So, there you go. So that sign, what it actually means is you need to watch Moses and Aaron. So I want you to go watch Moses and Aaron. Okay? And then I want you to watch this one here, 3.5 million fish killed at the Bruce nuclear plant. All right? Go watch those. So, what you're looking at here in this sign is Aaron, elders lie. Okay, so Aaron, do you see where it says elders and then lie? Aaron, elders lie. The heart of Bruce County. So, Aaron, elders lie. A nuclear strike at the heart of Bruce County. Or Aaron, elders lie. Nuclear strike at the heart of Bruce County. So, That nuclear plant, it sits right there, right near my home. Right, this is my home right here. So, the heart of Bruce County is right here. So if they want to strike the nuclear heart of Bruce County, they want to strike me. There'll be a nuke dropped on my home, or there'll be a nuke dropped on that facility to amplify it and get the biggest, largest explosion in the world, killing 100 million Native Americans or 100 million people, 100 million Canadians. I would say 20 million Canadians who live in southern Ontario, plus another 80 million along the eastern seaboard. So it's a representation of, please don't lie, guys. Don't do anything you're going to regret. Because I'm not lying when I say if you do that, the universe is going to bite you back. The minute you press that button, in a minute, I'm over the picture. I'll be resurrected the next day or within a couple hours. I'll be standing on my feet again in a couple hours. And I'll be pissed off. So don't lie to me. So that's the end of that presentation. But there's something here that I just want to show Stare, because I was watching this last night, and I happened to be listening to "Crazy for You" by Madonna. When I was out scrolling down, I noticed this here. It said Coca-Cola solved. Okay, so he's got this scientific thing here solved, right? So perfectly replicated Coca-Cola. It took me a year. So yeah, it took me a year to get all this information here for you. Like, there's a lot of information that I didn't have. In the book that you're about to read, I didn't have this revised soul particle. I didn't know I had 11 particles. I didn't, well, I knew that. So I didn't know this here. I didn't know that there's 1,000 universes out there, or that we're in a universe here held by electromagnetism. I didn't know that there's a galaxy on the far side of the universe that is just sitting there waiting to come over here. I'm going to draw that for you so you can understand what it looks like. If this is something I haven't done yet, but let's see. No. Let me go here. So, this is something that people don't know. So, at the beginning of creation, when evil rose up into power, this is the universe that everyone lived in, okay? This is the human universe here. Ruled by evil humans. These are evil humans, okay? So, the good people that were in this universe, they were chased out of that universe. So, Grandma and Grandpa, they flew them into this universe here. So, they came into the elemental universe. Their spaceships flew into here. So they came into, this is an elemental universe here. And then this is an elemental universe, okay? So the good people, there was like 1,000 planets worth of people came flying in here in their spaceships, and they bounced from black hole to black hole to black hole, flying along the visible electromagnetic radiation until they came over to here, okay? And then this is our universe here. This is our universe. And this is ruled by, or was ruled by androids. This was an android universe. So when Grandma and Grandpa came out here and put them over here, this wave that's here connecting these two universes here, they cut this wave off here, right here. So the wave here, there's like 1,400 planets all lined up here along here. They have 1,400 planets that are lined up here. So when evil chase them in here, they basically chase them into a part of the universe that's, you can't get to this universe. This galaxy is right against the edge of the universe, and there's no way to get to it. The normal way you travel by UFO is through invisible electromagnetic radiation, which is the energy connecting the stars. If I have something here, so this here, this is invisible electromagnetic radiation. So that's the galaxy center, supermassive black hole. There's a battery there, consider it like a 12-volt battery. There's stars, so there's the stars, black hole, and there's the 9-volt battery. And then there's planets. There's a planet black hole. I think it has a smaller battery, and then there's the moons. So all of those are held together by invisible electromagnetic radiation science. That visible electromagnetic radiation is what do you guys call that? Dark. I think it's dark matter or dark energy. Yeah, I want you guys to watch this here. What is dark matter and dark energy? What is it? I'm going to explain it to you now. You have pieces of science that you didn't have. Dark matter, dark energy. So I can always get them mixed up. So dark matter is an invisible substance that makes up about 27% of the universe. So dark matter is this here. Dark matter are all these supermassive black holes, and there's these star black holes, plus these planets black holes, and the moon's black holes. That's what dark matter is. Okay. Now, if we look up dark energy, that's different. So, dark energy, an invisible repulsive force that makes the expansion of the universe speed up. No, that's not right. Makes up about 70%. So, dark energy is this invisible electromagnetic radiation of 1 billion universes being connected from that black hole with this dark energy. So, there's 1 billion universes with this invisible wave of electromagnetism or dark energy. And there's a quintillion stars. All those stars are connected from the supermassive black hole. All the stars are interconnected like a spider web. So that's dark energy. These are dark matter. That's dark energy. These are what spaceships travel upon. These visible waves of electromagnetic radiation. The entire universe moves. So the universe moves. That's what allows them to move faster than light. So because the people rely on these invisible electromagnetic radiations to move back and forth, move the universe around, and get where they're going. This here, there's no invisible electromagnetic radiations or forces connected to that black hole. There's none. So there's no spaceships that can fly in this universe to come to that galaxy on the other side of the universe, where there's 1,400 planets over there, civilizations of good people. And there's no way to get into it from this way either, because they've cut this this thing off here. So There's no, this here, they've cut that off over here, like that. So normally a spaceship theoretically could fly in here and then try to come in the back door over here, but because there's no wave here, it's been severed. That's been severed. There's no way for a spaceship to fly over to that black hole to come in the back door to get to this galaxy. This galaxy is a standalone galaxy. This black hole and that black hole are connected, and it's a standalone galaxy. There's stars there, and there's planets there with good people living on it who've built spaceships who can fly over to here, over to our universe, once I lose the weight. Or if I die. If I die, they can fly over here and resurrect me. Because it's a standalone galaxy, unable to be approached by anybody without superior technology like we have, or I have. So that's something that, you kids out there, you need to know that there's another galaxy out there that can come rescue me in the event if somebody drops a nuke on me. I'll be resurrected by them. Or the other matter, the universe can be touched together like that. Or Grandma and Grandpa can rewind time here. I have 3 ways to get out of here, plus Louis. They rewind time through Louis. So I have 4 ways to get out of this prison. So anyhow, the teaching lesson is now you now know what dark energies and dark matter is. Science. So now back over to here. So I've given you one more piece of the puzzle, science, or lawyers watching this. You need to get this to the scientists so they can understand all this information. So what you're looking at here, I've solved everything that they're trying to solve. Everything that you just learned here and looked at in the scientific thing, they need to see that so we can settle our land claims court. Court case. Chief and counsel, when you watch this, you need to get this to the lawyers so they can get it to the scientists. Perfectly replicating Coca-Cola. It took me a year to figure out all this stuff for you guys. Now that it's up there, public record, I need you to do something with it, counsel, lawyers, and scientists. Because that proves we're the creators. I need access to that money so I can lose weight. And when I lose weight, this universe here, this galaxy over here, where did it go? The galaxy over here, when I lose weight in 2 years, they're going to send spaceships over to this planet to prove I'm the creator. Because there's no other spaceships out there. Everybody out there has died because of the spiritual warfare that I waged. There's nobody alive out there. There's nobody coming here in November. So don't do anything rash. So I figured out your science. That's what you're looking at there. Solved. I've done the scientific work. That's why you're looking at the nuclear symbol there. Science, you have everything that you need to know, basically. So, that's me listening to crazy for you. Now, what I want you to pay attention to here, public, is can't you feel the weight of my stare? It doesn't mean like staring at somebody. It means, can't you feel the weight of my stare? That's what it means, stare. Okay? You wouldn't know that unless I as your spirit guide, explain all this stuff for you. So, I was listening to that because I'm playing that for your spirit. So, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to, woo your spirit. We're dating. I guess you could call it that. When I have, fantasies about us, she receives that fantasy in a dream. So, I tell her good night, sweet dreams, I love you at nighttime, and I kiss the camera like that, or I kiss the camera like that, and she likes that. So this I usually play her love songs. So this is the love song that I was playing for her. And as I listened to that, I noticed that. I was like, oh, that's us, girl. I said, oh, wow, that's yourself. All right, I'm going to put that in the video for Stare so she could understand that. So this is me playing a love song for your spirit at nighttime before I was ready to go to bed. And then I noticed that clue. So, can't you feel the weight of my stare? Stare. You're so close, but still a world away. What I'm dying to say, um, you better. I'm crazy for you. You're crazy for you. So yeah, I'm crazy for your spirit. Like, I enjoy communicating with her, and I mean, I'm crazy for you in terms of like seeing myself spending forever with you and wanting to make this work out for us. So, um, in the in that book, the Ojibwe ceremonies book, there's a particular part in there where he talks about the main character Mishiwabka guy. He plays love songs for his girlfriend because she's um he's missing her. So he plays love songs for her in solitude. So I'm playing you this love song because I'm trying to make this girl fall in love with the concept of being with me. But how do I do that? I could tell her the story. It's wonderful. Like she can begin falling in love with the concept of the story. But how do I develop that rapport with her and I? So I thought maybe the story of me playing this love song for your spirit before I went to bed and told her good night, sweet dreams, I love you, stare. Um, is a good starting point. Because I do love your spirit. She loves me. The next thing is to make it physical and try to get us together without anybody messing it up for us. So this is your song. So I hope you enjoy it when you listen to it. You now know it's your song because of the word stare. And I'm crazy for you. Well, crazy for, hopefully that we could get together, in terms of, I'm in love with the thought of being in love with you. Let's just put it that way. So that's the end of this one. Look at this one. We're over here at 4 hours and 21 minutes. I didn't think it was going to be this long. It's like 2 movies, but there's a lot of information here that's very important because it can prevent World War III. So please don't say anything negative about it because I know there's a lot of people that are going to say, he can't say that publicly like that. I have to. Because it's designed to prevent World War III. So please, nobody out there, don't wreck this. Because if you wreck this by saying something, everybody on the planet could die because somebody does something that, affects me and it has mother and father, grandmother and father, shock the universe by, rewinding time, which kills everybody on the planet. And that's the last thing you want because if everybody on the planet gets shocked, man, I'll be pissed off. I'll just take whoever I want with me to paradise. So, I'm talking to you sleeper cell children out there, and you won't understand what I'm saying, Larry, when I say this, because you don't know, you haven't probably watched the other videos in my list, but there's 4 billion people here who aren't who they say they are. It's you 4 billion people that I'm talking to. Don't do anything that you're going to regret. None of your civilizations exist outside of there. You're stuck here, but you can go home and change bodies if you want to change bodies and then come back and be who you want. Or you can stay here and be who you are. But I need you to understand that if you drop the ball on this one and do something to hurt me, you're not going to be joining me in paradise. You're the last of your kind. So don't do anything to jeopardize yourselves. 4 billion people could not won't be joining us in paradise is what I'm saying. If you mess up and, don't heed my warnings by trying to be nice and do this diplomatically. So please be nice, kids.